Hello, chat. I'm getting dispatch set up as we speak. How are we doing tonight, chat? As there is only 5 billion people in my chat, how are we doing tonight? Today is gonna be a good day. We're gonna goon, we're gonna goon, we're gonna goon, we're gonna goon, we're gooning, we're gooning, we're gooning, we're gooning, we're gooning. We are gooning, we are doing great things. Today, we are playing everything, every chapter. We are catching up to Dispatch. Episode 2, 3, 4, and 5 are going to get done today. Dispatch marathon, okay, chat? As you can hear, my voice is somewhat gone. But we're playing Dispatch, okay, chat? I know you guys have been excited for me to play Dispatch. I know most of you care so much. I don't know if you care. It's okay. But we are absolutely going to play. I'm getting everything set up as we speak because I want this to be one of the best gaming experiences that you have ever had, chat, in a very long time. I am currently typing in chat saying that, if you guys want to, I'm live. Um, um, Live playing Dispatch. I was thinking actually about making Dispatch like a little YouTube series on my other channel. I don't know yet. It might come to me. Don't know as of yet. It will maybe not. I don't know yet, but if you guys want to, I think we should play Dispatch. Let's go on ahead. Let's play Dispatch. Let's get into it, chat. We're gonna we're gonna make it happen. We're gonna make it happen, chat. I'm excited. I'm personally excited. Hopefully you guys are excited. Today I hope you guys have actually had a good day. Today's been a um uh what's it called? Today's been a very interesting it's been an interesting day. It's been a very interesting day. Um um what's it called? It is very much show time. Hello, chat. We're gonna have fun. We're playing Dispatch today. We're playing Dispatch. Actually, hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. All right, my goobers. Tis time. Tis time. Tis time. Tis time. Tis time. Twas time. Oi, 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 oi. All right, let's see your chat. You know what, chat? I might make a TikTok later today because there's somebody I want to go find. There's a guy that I was friends with over the weekend, and I just forgot to get bro's Instagram and number, bro. I feel so sad. He was such a homie, like my goat. Like, what the fuck happened to my guy? Also, you know what? I kind of hate the way that the shirt looks. Like, it makes my chest bare, and I just like, ugh. Anyways, hi chat. Today we are playing the greatest game ever created. That is a lie and a joke because I'm a fraud. But we are playing everyone's. You didn't get his name. I did get his name. I just forgot to get bro's. I forgot bro's fucking Instagram. I wanted to talk to him, but he was cool. But I'm gonna make a TikTok later tonight. Probably gonna look for him. Anyways, chat. Today we are playing Dispatch. Hopefully, I look good on your screen. If not, I'm gonna move myself. Actually, what does it look like, right? Okay, yes. I can put myself up here. This Rob makes my chest look bigger. Anyways, hi chat. Yeah, peak intro, peak robe. No, it's not even a robe. It's a shirt. But the way that the shirt works is that it lets I have like a little like a widow's peak of my chest. So like you can just like. So then I can just do like a aura farm. Actually, I'm not even aura farming because look at how fucking big my finger it's not even that big, man. It's whatever. Anyways, hello chat. Today we are playing one of the greatest games ever created. We are playing Dispatch. Actually, I'm having fun with it. Okay, I'll be honest. Personally, yeah, perfect. Okay. Actually, chat. Tell me if you guys like me up here. Do I look good? Do I look black? That's the question. Do I look like an African American to you? If not, type 1. If I do, type 1. So yeah, get a confused enemy. Anyways, chat, we're getting back into it. I'm interested. I'm excited. Can we please get that off my freaking... Can we get rid of that overlay, please, guys? Oh my gosh. I'm not a huge fan of that overlay. There's a deluxe... There's a comic book edition? What do you mean there's a comic book? That's... Choice of stats? Oh, I can see that? Oh. What's wrong with me throwing alcohol at them? Alright. You do indeed look like an African American human being. Why'd you call me human? What if I'm just African American? I'm kidding. I'm sorry. The joke was right there. The decent on the top right. Okay, I'm glad. No lag, chat. No lag. If not, perfect. All right, I'm ready. I'm excited. Why is my phone blowing up? Oh, sorry, chat. Okay, chat. We are ready. We are grinding. We are gamers, and we are gooning. All right, it's time. All right. Hello. Don't do this to me. What the fuck happened to my controller? Don't do this to me, please. I wanted to use a controller. Okay. And then you gotta wait. Okay, so we have 6 episodes. We have episode 2 through 6 to get to. All right. Let's go ahead and play chat. For the top right thing, things shrink the box a little. Oh, okay. You know, I want to look good, chat. You know, I want to sit on gay. I have to look like the K-drama stars, chat. Do I look K-pop? Bro, get him out. What is Blood doing? What's Blood doing? All right, chat. Are we ready? Are we ready? A game by Ad Hoc Studios. Oh my days. Absolutely beautiful. In collaboration with Critical Role. Yeah, you can get me critical, guys. Actually, don't, because then if you guys crit... Oh! This is non-copyrighted, right? If it's copyrighted, I'm fucking the game developers.
I'm gonna be late for band practice.
What?
Unexpected things happen every day.
Sonoma Man, can SDN help me out with this? It's blocking the driveway.
How...
You can count on SDN to help lift the burdens life throws at us.
What?
Let SDN be your rock, so you can rock.
SDN is not an insurance company and does not cover damages to property.
You don't want to do that differently? Like, you don't want to...
He's definitely not making it to band practice.
Yeah. Wait, what's that?
No, just the commercial. It was weird.
Okay, yeah, it kind of was.
Yeah, right. Phenomenal Man. He's like a rock star.
No, he's not.
It's
Something.
I'm joking, cause of the rock and the roll. Cool commercial. I'm a fan, you might say. You could say.
Yeah, he's not a good actor.
He's not the best actor, though, which was important for that commercial to be less
Weird.
weird.
True!
Is the best actor. Well, acting when there's danger. I think if the whole world is a play, then he's still awesome.
All right, Waterboy.
Argue that.
Yep, that's not right. That is not right.
You know what?
Yep, that
Just
Yeah.
okay. Let me help you.
Oh,
Sorry,
no,
man.
no, not necessary. I'm sure I.
It's soaked. You nervous? Big job interview.
No, I mean, yes, but yes is more. My powers make everything wet, moist.
Moist.
Water boy is how they call me, but yes, I am.
Who's that? Not this fucker. Flambe's here? From last episode? Oh, we burned off his damn eyebrows. I'm not gonna lie, if I got my... You'll never be able to be a waterman? Exactly.
Okay. Oh, okay. Now that your face is next aside of my face, I see that I know you, of you. You're Mecha Man. You're dead, I thought.
Just on the inside.
You look small.
Come
and
on, man. Come on,
different
Robert.
In person.
What the hell?
Never meet your heroes, kid.
True.
Wasn't sure you'd show up.
Oh, wow. Blazer, Juan, a real hero.
Oh, sorry, but I need him for something. Follow me.
Okay. Chat, I'm really not liking Blazer Blonde. I'm sorry. She just looks like a... I mean, of course I had to kiss her. I mean, there is no other way, but I don't like the way she looks. Oh! Pushing me in here, are we? That was fire. Dispatch, that's
What's
fire.
happening
Okay.
Right now?
We don't want too many people knowing you're Mecha Man. A lot of our dispatchers are former heroes, but it's better if you keep your identity a secret.
Why?
We've had incidents in the past.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, I got it.
I remembered you being bigger. I was a little drunk. Listen, it's gonna be great.
I've never felt silly wearing this.
Until now.
Yeah, I was trying to imply that with the silence.
It worked. Get dressed. I have somebody I need you to meet.
Oh?
Oh, sorry. Should I turn around? Or
I mean, you're asking, so that means you don't want me to turn around.
close my eyes, maybe?
I mean, I don't
It's
mind.
fine, I don't mind.
I don't
Yeah,
mind.
no, it's...
Come on now.
Sure.
I mean, don't stare me straight in the eyes. or
Robert,
anything,
why would
'cause
you say
that'd be
anything,
odd.
man? Come on, don't say anything.
Yeah, I'll actually... I'm
What?
just
Come on,
gonna-
man. She wants to see the buns. She wants to see the buns. She wants to see the ass. She wants to see the
It
cheeks.
doesn't look like it, but I am flexing every muscle in my
Damn,
body.
Robert, what happened?
Really?
Okay, well, you didn't have to say it like that.
I want
Oh my God.
I'm sorry about last night.
What the fuck
I
happened to bro's back?
regret the way I conducted myself. It was a mistake. A complicated mistake. I can go into the details of those
I'll
complications
take your
with you
lead.
later.
Look, I'll take your lead. So if it's complicated or whatever, just, let me know when it isn't.
Ha ha ha
It was
ha.
a nice night. Nothing more than that.
True.
Yeah, I'd like to keep things professional.
Right, that's why you brought me to this conference room to strip down in front of you. Profesh.
Oh.
Are you serious?
Oh. Who is this?
Who locks a conference room?
So,
Chat, hello, are we back? Chat, are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Can't hear anything? Oh, no, it's fine, there's a reason for it, Are you back? Because it just said that and now I have an ad. I am so sorry, King. I'm so sorry. Twitch's bond, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Now, what is her name? Chat, her name's Invisigal. Invisigal, she can get me wow. Chat, let me continue the fucking game. Get me out of here. Let me stop doing this. Invisa wow.
we take former supervillains, such as herself.
Oh, she's a
and
villain?
Rehabilitate them to re-enter society to use their powers for. Are those my earrings?
Well, look better on me.
Invisigal, this is Robert. He'll be your team's dispatcher.
A washed-up dad bod superhero with no superpowers. Can't wait.
His identity, all of this, that's staying between us.
What do you mean? She's
Still Mecha Man, but that can't get out. And if it does, I'll know who it came from.
You think I want to tell people our dispatcher's a fucking loser?
oh.
Look, I'm here to help. It's what I do. You have a chance to turn things around, bring some good into the world, and I'll support you in whatever way possible. So that maybe,
Thank you, Robert.
just maybe, by the end of all of this, helping people is what you do too.
Okay, best put.
Well, I'm wet. I see why you like him. Look at that trip. What does that look? Best Buy Fight Club? Fucking hot.
Thank you, Invisigal. Chad, I
I
like
have
her.
a weekly ranking list for all the heroes in the company.
And she's at the bottom.
She called herself Invisibitch when she was a villain.
Wow.
We're trying to rebrand her.
Yeah, I thought Invisigal felt kind of corny for her.
Oh yeah?
Hidden understands?
one
I
of
do
you.
understand.
Just get your shirt on, Dad Bod.
What the fuck? He didn't even do anything. This is why. No, I'm not gonna take this from this blonde woman. Okay, you blonde-eyed, blue-haired, you blonde-eyed, blue-eyed, blonde-haired woman. I will not take this disrespect. Robert is a hard-working man. You're just upset that you had the audacity to make out with him. Now I don't know why you're pissed off and everything, but fuck you. Fuck off. My God. My lord. She made one witty comeback and now you're over here stressing your dick out. Calm down.
This is SDN. How can we help you?
We're not the
Now say that without
highest
taking-
profile branch of work, but we've got what makes the real difference.
Blonde-haired,
Great people.
blue-eyed woman.
Some of them aren't even people, and they're still great.
Wow. Okay.
One of the 3 copiers on this floor. Fax, scan, does literally everything.
Okay.
Documentation. One of the 3 Ds at SDN.
3
A
Ds?
healthy amount of paperwork. I used to call
Um,
it triple Ds, but I was informed that had a different connotation.
Yeah, it did. It's called Dick
3
Down
Ds?
Service.
Dispatching, documentation, diversity is the third.
Diversity?
Not in terms of priority, of course.
This sounds like a racist.
We're all about diversity.
It's just-
Lana works in the mailroom from a different galaxy altogether.
Oh, wow.
And then there's Galen, way back there, born with superhero. He's from I want to say
Florida.
Florida, of course. Florida man over there.
Oh my God.
Easy on the bath salts.
That was one guy.
Hey, speaking of bath, where is the,
Oh, need a bio break?
excuse me?
Restroom. I mean, it's right over there. Sorry. At work, I tend to get a little
Corny?
corporate, Dick. Meet me in
Wow.
the records room when you're done. If you get lost, look for the door that says records room.
Well, thank you. Okay. You know what? Robert really has like the shirt on the way I do. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. He looks a little too happy to be around a like, no, not Visa girl. Blonde. What's her name? I forgot his name. Her name.
Bruh, I almost went in my pants. Hey, you this Robert people talking about? What's up, brother? My auntie named me Roy, but people call me Roy.
Hey!
All right. Good to meet you, bruh.
Likewise.
What the hell, Roy? Is he Polynesian? My
So
goat.
roid, like steroid?
Huh? Hell no, brother. No.
Yeah, he's Polynesian as shit,
Other
dude.
guys here, they go by the name Roy. So I think it's like, we go scrap, we go ground, I boss you up, and then, you got Roy. You know what I'm saying, bruh?
Okay.
That's what I think.
Yeah, Royd's the guy. Royd's the dude. Royd's the dude. What happened is here? I want to know that too.
Hey, you think that's why they call me Roy? Like I'm on steroids.
I don't know,
But they
man.
think I'm some kind of a juice head. They think I'm not natty, bro.
They don't think I'm that natty?
They think Roy's not natty.
Look, it's not my business, but I don't think it's a coincidence. Sorry.
Damn.
Whatever. I don't care.
That's, yeah, Nokia is probably best. Nice meeting you, Royd, even if it was while we were both holding our dicks.
You one funny bugger. Mecha man.
How do you know that?
Okay, so I was worried about your unwashed hand, but now I'm worried that everyone here knows who I am.
Nah, brother. It's Kapu. Need to know basis and Roy need to know. Other one gonna come pick up your soup or fix them for the SDN.
Cool.
Wow.
You gonna wash before you do that?
Nah, bro. I never touched nothing. Just touch my pants and underwear only. Even for shake, I just do like this.
My Polynesian brethren, man.
Can you show me again? I don't think I got it.
All right, who's in this room?
Holy shit, who's this freckle-faced fuck?
Oh my gosh.
How are you?
That's an aggressive way to greet someone.
Look at this skinny latte prick. Your bones, kid. You here to whip these assholes into shape or what?
That's the idea.
Who is this?
I'm sorry. Do I know you?
Why you all tense? What? It's a hug, not a hand job. Lighten up.
What
Be
the hell?
that as it may, I'm still confused.
Oh, right, because I'm old as shit. How about this? This jog your memory?
Trackstar? Holy shit.
Yeah, you fucker. Accepting hugs from old men you don't know. Oh, and hey, they call me Chase around here, so keep it, you know.
Sure, right. Yeah, Chase.
It's been what, 10, 15 years?
Has it really been that long?
Yeah, I reached out to this little pissant when his dad passed. Then he got to ducking me like he owed me money.
I was in a weird place.
I understand, kid. It was tough on all of us.
Mm.
So I can't imagine what you went through.
Yeah, so what's up?
Does he have cornrows?
Tell me why you look like Black Einstein?
Black Einstein? That's insane.
Sorry. I never noticed.
Fucker. It's the powers.
How?
I can move 50 times faster than the average person, but I didn't realize until it was too late. And I was aging 50 times faster when I used my powers.
Oh.
Nowadays, I'm moving slower than frozen piss to keep the old ticker from popping on me.
Damn.
Then how old are you really?
Yeah, then how old are
Turned
you?
39 a few months ago. But
Oh.
when the Dave and Buster shit was lit.
So I guess this means you're the one person I can't complain to about losing my suit.
You better not. I would resurrect and re-kill your fucking father in front of you if it meant being able to use my powers again.
That's crazy.
Jesus, Chase.
Wow.
What? Obviously, I'd let Robert have one last "I love you" before I extinguished the light from his eyes.
Was he always like this?
Yeah.
Yes, actually.
We joke, we laugh, we suppress our trauma. All right.
True.
enough of this feeling shit. Let's introduce you to your team of losers.
All right, let's see the team. Who do I have? I'm scared. Hopefully, I get some good
Now,
people.
if I'm being honest, I thought and still think we should have canned these tunas months ago.
And you might get your wish. Because if we don't see improvements soon...
All right, hero
our
info
program
was
ready
scheduled.
sound.
Cool.
All right,
No pressure.
build my hero.
Sonar here was a Harvard graduate
Who will not shut the fuck up about being a Harvard graduate like all Harvard graduates.
who also orchestrated some of the most effective Silicon Valley investment frauds in U.S. history. Also,
Oh.
Sometimes he transforms into a fucking bat monster that would eat you ass first after he emptied your pension plan.
Wow. Okay, who's next?
Flambe.
Oh,
Controls the fire and the flame, and his skin does not burn.
wow.
Met him. Didn't you ever run in with him years back?
I did. Yeah.
So you know
Wow.
he's a certifiable dickhead.
Yeah, he is. Okay, who's next?
Invisible.
Oh,
Met yourself
Invisigirl.
a few months ago and
27.
We...
L.A.
That's a little suspicious now.
Suspicious, really? Of a criminal that turns invisible and doesn't like to answer questions? What tipped you off, Sherlock?
Invisigirl.
Here we have coupe, which
Coupe?
I recently learned is a
Wait a
French
minute.
ballet term that means to cut. Hence the
It's not
name.
coupe.
That's
It's,
very
it's
clever.
Yeah, but it sounds
It's
dumb
Coop.
to say, so everybody calls her Coop. She was an
Oh,
assassin for the
yeah.
mob, then went independent.
coupe. 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 Yeah, it's coupe. What the fuck? Okay. Unknown. Okay. All right. What do we have here? All right. 5'6". What was? Okay. Damn. 30. Unk. That bro. Wait a minute. Flambe's unk. What the fuck? 36. Anger issues. Unsurprisingly, a history of arson. Designed his own suit. Yeah, that suit's ass. Can become visible at will, but only while holding her breath. And that might be the worst thing I've ever heard. Embezzlement. Oh wait, we can see the crimes. Oh, here you see your crimes: assault, larceny, and robbery. Okay, who's next?
Punch up.
Carnival's strongman who made a deal with a sorceress. She gave him the strength of 10 men. His muscles grew, but his body shrunk.
He's got
Oh.
all the charm and brains of a greasy bowling ball.
Oh my gosh, he's from Ireland. He's Irish.
Malevola.
Malevola.
She's
Oh,
got a
good
magic
lord.
sword, and she creates portals that allow her to teleport.
What?
Somehow she's still late for every fucking meeting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she does it on purpose.
That's crazy. Oh, they don't even have a picture of her. She's a double from down under. Okay.
That's Golem. He is a
He's
construct.
20. Oh,
A construct?
Yeah. Bunch of dirt and mud made sentient with magic.
damn.
I think he's lonely.
You think he's lonely? Okay.
Prism. Michigan born and raised.
Michigan.
Weird. She weaponizes light rays or some shit. A lot of this stuff is a guess.
Why is she dressed like a pop star?
She's actually super talented.
Hold on. I just realized something. Hold on. She's from Flint, Michigan. We will not be using Prim's chat. She's from Flint, Michigan. Until they get that lead taken care of, I'm not touching her. Her powers are holographic manipulation. That's actually cool. Her bio, 1.3 million followers. I fucking wish. Music snob, highly dramatic. Constantly requested a return to her trailer. Her crimes are assault, drug possession, DUI, and tax evasion. She's from Michigan. Fork Fountain Kitchen. I'm joking, Chad. I'm joking. Wow. 2nd degree murder, and she has court kidnapping. And yes, Clayface.
Wait, so
That's what it is.
the Z team, my team, their Phoenix program?
That is correct.
Your own motley crew of dangerous fuck-ups.
We're not
Lovely.
looking for miracles, but we'd love one if we could get it.
Okay.
Can you show him his desk?
Sure. What's that arm squeeze about?
You want one? Here.
Fuck off. This is you. Pretty sparse. but
Chase
feel
is
free to
funny.
decorate.
Chase is funny. Login R. Robertson. That might be the worst name I've ever heard. Hey man, however you
This
gotta jump.
computer's older than you look.
The Lanart Dispatch Terminal.
Wait, so we're doing this? I haven't even met the team yet.
We did the slideshow.
First of all, that wasn't a slideshow.
Look, we like to start slow. Most people don't make it past the first dispatch. And this is better for everybody's safety.
What do you
Okay.
mean safety?
You'll be fine. And this here is our little slice of the Southland.
Okay.
Whenever there's a crisis in the area, we get a call, and guess who answers?
Me.
Exactly. Now put your headset on and introduce yourself to these pricks.
Okay. Okay.
Hey team, this is your dispatcher, Robert
Bro,
Robertson.
they're gonna make
I'm
fun of his
standing
name.
for
I can
shit.
already see it. Oh, that Robert Robertson's.
Tell me that's not your real first name. You can't be this shook on your first day. Come on.
Can we clear the channel, please? There's a lot of overlapping on this.
I saw him in his underwear.
Who? Roberto
Roberto Robertson. That's crazy.
He back in mine.
Yo.
But he's got a lot of bruises, which I'm into.
Again,
Oh?
please clear the channel.
Get it, your email.
Shut the fuck up. Let me remind you, these calls are fucking recorded for training fucking purposes. So keep the fucking line clear before we send
So,
your stupid
apparent-
fucking asses back to whatever fucking cell we pulled your stupid fucking asses out of. Alright?
Thank you, Chase. I kind of take calls. Okay.
balloon is stuck in a tree. Can you send someone?
Yeah, we can climb. Don't make the child cry. I feel like okay. Who would be the best person to? Okay, well, you can fly. I'm going to be honest. So basically, what you do in the game is that you'd send a bunch of heroes out to go save people. You gotta climb a Visigout. She's invisible. No, I'm gonna use Senku. Cupid. Yeah, you gotta climb. No, well, no, it's not like she's gonna be able to climb. Yeah.
Sure thing.
No. Wait, hold on. Wait, what?
Yeah. Fine. On it.
Oh, well, actually, you know what? Sonar. Wait, Sonar would be the best job. As long as he doesn't make the tree, he can climb a tree because he's a bat, and on top of that, he's intelligent. He went to Harvard. By Harvard study, go.
I went to Harvard.
Yes, thank you, Sonar. Wait, is that Moist fucking critical?
Mr. Vanderstank is requesting a hero for a very important event.
A very high profile.
Interesting guy.
Willem Vanderstank, certified genius. Literally, he has a certificate.
You aren't a genius if you need a piece of paper that says you're a genius.
You don't.
You're just jealous. This guy rules.
Oh well, then I guess I'm gonna fit a very high profile. Yeah, Prism is gonna.
I'm
yeah,
going.
that's what I'm gonna
That
send. Yeah.
way now.
Okay, we should be fine.
I'll take Wednesday.
Tuesday. Dibs on Monday.
What are you
What the
guys
fuck?
talking about?
We're taking bets on when you'll quit.
What the heck?
Today's Friday.
That's crazy. Okay. Oh, see, perfect, chat. See that? Boom, beautiful. You did-
Today, Torrance. Tomorrow, also Torrance, probably. Like, statistically speaking.
What the hell?
Okay, what's going on with Sonar?
Oh, that, yeah. He kind of randomly turns into a monster sometimes.
What?
Randomly.
We are working on controlling it.
Hold on. So Sonar transforms after returning from a call. His intelligence swaps with combat, and his charisma swaps with Vilgar until the next call. So he's just great for fighting and stuff. Okay.
Oh my god! My bidet is spraying shit everywhere!
Oh, the bidet? Dude, I love bidets. No one understands they're the greatest things ever made in human history. Okay, let's see this. Okay. All right, up we go. 1, 2. Why did it do that? I'm better at what I'm doing.
If I can do this.
Okay. What the hell? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. Okay, so I gotta press RT and then I have to hold it down. Perfect. All right. Oh, the bidet has been fixed. Thank you. All right, and then let's see this. Yeah. See, perfect. I knew that. There's no fucking way. Okay, I would have been mad. I would have been so upset.
What's this guy even famous for? Seemed like a loser to me.
Laugh all you want. Someday, my subconscious will live on in a chip, and your subconscious will be dead. Cringe.
Okay, Sonar, thank you. A fight club.
Get these idiots out of my bar before they destroy it. And don't send the flaming asshole.
You
Okay.
know who we saw in the bar last night? Mecha Man.
And he kicked Flambe's ass. Okay. That little shit did not kick my ass.
You did though.
Yeah, I think I heard about that.
No, you didn't. Because it didn't happen, Bob. So we're all going to
Because
shut
you're
up
torn.
about it. Yeah?
Okay.
Okay.
I think you two will be able to handle that. Yeah. Diplomatically. Yeah. I don't think we'll have any issues. Yeah.
Oh, I haven't walloped anything all damn day.
Is that Jack? Is that Septic guy? Return the boat in one piece. Who can run fast? Oh, and Visigal, it seems like you're up for the job.
Need to get some steps in anyway. Trust me.
When she's
can handle
alone,
this a lot
Visigal
faster
reduces
on my
travel time and calls competition time. Okay. Oh,
So
really?
what was your read on this Mecha Man guy?
Washed up, drinking alone. A robot guy without his robot, I guess.
What the hell?
So, just a guy?
These idiots are
Hear
fighting
that,
over the
Flambe?
name, fight man name.
Got
Let's see
your
if
ass
they
kicked
can do
by
it. Okay.
just a guy.
All of you, shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Becoming a diplomatic duo. What the hell? Come on. Okay. Does it work? Oh, we're not cooked? Perfect. The fightmen. Oh my gosh. Okay, perfect. They got that
Flambe,
done.
You're off route.
What the fuck? Where is he going? Where did he go? Where did Flambe go? Where did Flambe go? What?
Too stunned to speak. I get it. I have that effect on people.
Investigal is interesting. What did Flambe do?
Fire at a local park has gotten out of control.
Bro.
Did you start that fire?
No.
The fire that's burning 2 blocks from where you're standing. You didn't start that.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm on break, so how could I know?
Flambe, stop fucking around. I've got enough problems without you making new ones.
Whatever, man.
Someone durable to prevent more damage. Yep, Golem. I got that. That's your job, man.
Hey, someone's robbing the museum. I don't know what you do, man. I just started today.
Okay, security system has been taken over by robbers. Avoid motion and apprehend thieves. Ooh. We're gonna need prismatic
Danny
for
the
this one.
Bone Zone Diaz here. Today's topic is all about SDN hiring criminals to protect us.
I feel as if, yeah, Prismatica's gonna have to do that one, and then for you, I'm gonna need 2. We need you.
On it.
Yeah, Investigal, and then I'll need you.
Swift as the
Yes.
night. Sharp as my knife.
Perfect. Okay. Don't know why the fucking dude. I just need Sonar to get something. I was about to send Sonar to another one, but I can't do that. What the fuck happened? The fire's out of control. How should we stop it? Use your body to smother the flames. Use the hose to Body. I think that makes sense. If it says air, I'm gonna be so pissed off. I mean, thank you. That makes perfect sense, yeah. Blaze contained. Perfect. Alright, I'm doing a good job so far. Alright. How should we hack the scissors? Weave through the sensors. Power that weave through the fucking sensors. Please. Come on, guys. I know you guys can do it. Oh, yeah. Perfect.
Piece of cake. All sensors are back up, team.
Hey, it's me. Blazer told me to show you here the ropes. Here we are.
Hero ranked up. Good job. Go check that hero database.
Okay.
Now navigate to the new upgrade tab.
Upgrade
Every
tab?
rank up earns skill points. Use them for increasing stats.
Okay.
Use the plus icon next to a stat to spend a skill point. Once you confirm, you can't go back.
Perfect. Okay. I think getting her. Oh, actually, that's perfect. I want to make her more likable. Well, let's make that happen. All right, perfect. And then, for Beh. She has really good code. Jesus, her mobility is great. Let's get that charisma up just a little bit. Cupid. Interesting name.
We've encountered these thieves before.
Compile and cross-reference past crimes for the oh no. Track down
On it.
members and figure out what they're doing. Okay, I would like this in.
The doctor used to be over here. Technically, he's a veterinarian, but I've got the physiognomy of a pygmy hippo, so we made a fine pair.
Of a pygmy hippo? Interesting. What? Come on, man.
Not how I thought that would go.
Yeah, I thought that would have gone a lot better too, but I don't have fucking sonar, and I gotta get sonar up. Sonar, please. Yep, there we go. Perfect.
Cool. Can I go home now?
Oh. Two people have got
Hey, Bobby. Here, William Vandersnake needs a security detail. Is it cool if I go? I've been wanting to pitch him some stuff I've been working on.
Yeah, pretty sure that's exactly what he's trying to avoid.
Let me think here. Combat, Boger. Yeah, you know, we'll get our charisma up. Yeah. And then who else has one? Nobody else, right? Yeah, because I was gonna say, how the hell am I gonna... Yeah, beast and
For
feast.
some situations, you can only choose one solution.
What? Serious?
We're going to need you to protect Mr. Vanderstank from the Vanderstanker fan club.
Stop the CEO's Dornfans, even Sonar from bothering him. Oh, good. Once you dispatch a hero, the other option will disappear. Okay.
I'm a high-ranking Vanderstanker. It would mean a lot.
Let's end our. It could be a real one, but he's a fucking. Sorry, I can't let that happen, man. Oh, the entire Z team will get. Oh. Damn. Oh my god. I gotta guard him. And stop. Okay, I think Golem, please. I'm sorry, Sonar. Sorry, man. Oh, it sounds like it's break time.
Just robbed me. That little shit, I want it behind bars.
Oh my gosh. Track him down and encourage him to take his life. Yeah, okay. Well, hold on. Ew, damn.
Kid's a hustler. I get it.
I get it?
All
Okay.
right, I'll snitch. Just cut me a deal, okay?
Hideout is well guarded. Stealth around. Oh, okay.
On my way.
And perfect.
Close your eyes. You're not gonna like what you see anyway.
Yep, that's perfect. That's perfect, yep.
Just so you know, I'm not going for you. I'm going because I have to.
Okay, perfect. I mean, I'm not worried about it. What, 70%? Come on, man. I think I did pretty good.
That was competent.
Thank you.
How long was the last dispatcher here?
2 days. New record.
How the fuck did that happen?
I set the scar on fire. Yeah. Very flammable. Kia Sword.
Ooh, a Kia Soul. I would have killed that man. Funbay would not be here right now. I think we're gonna, we gotta get the intelligence up a little bit, Maybe his charisma up a little bit, There better not be another one because the sonar has to. Oh my lord, what happened? The kid they caught had no. What to do with a 12-year-old thief? I think
just give him a pep talk.
I think a pep talk would be good.
Sure, I'll give him a pep talk, all right.
Please, please. Oh, thank God.
Too bad there's no Grammy for this.
Okay, Presnetta. Get the painting without quality. Take down the fees, not the art. There's a lot of fees. How should the team locate the stolen art? I think take out.
Get the paintings out quietly.
I think that would make the most sense.
I'm a screamer.
Please don't, for the love of God.
Not bad.
Thank you, Invisigal. Thank you. Yeah, that needed to happen. Yeah. What the fuck? You have nothing. Oh my God. No wonder why. Like, damn, woman. Shit. Around like in all regards. What the hell? Yeah, I need your intelligence to go up, and your Vroger is about to go up in a second as well. So I want to send Sonar out somewhere, but dude literally has nothing. Invisigal's the only one that has like kind of in like good stats somewhere. Okay, perfect. Oh. What?
Grannies, I got this.
Hold up. Aren't you banned?
Yeah, and I gotta get unbanned.
Okay, I will not send her.
Yeah, nice try, dude. I'm not going anywhere. Except Granny's.
Okay, fine.
Tell whatever fucking loser that needs us that I'm on my way.
Oh my
Can I get
God.
ice down here, please?
What does that mean?
She's asking for a tap-in. We got access to security cams of SDN subscribers all over our territory.
Wow,
Really?
Really? Is that legal?
Don't ask questions. Just always make sure to read the fine print.
Okay. Oh, cool. I guess we're going to Granny's.
I didn't do this.
Right. I feel like you've said that a lot in your life. What happened?
This is how I found the place. The old guy, who I assume is Granny, was laying here when I walked in. Hey, what's your favorite donut?
Look, can you just focus? What, you got ADHD or something?
Yes, fucker. Is it that obvious?
Yes, fucker, it is.
Well, then answer the question. I don't want to sit here and fixate on it when we're supposed to be doing
more of
whatever,
a
superhero shit.
Those, yeah,
I'll just
get a jelly donut.
I mean, I will eat anything if you pack enough jelly in it.
So you're into squirters. You like that gush in your throat? Cool. Okay, say less.
Yep, you got
Wow.
me. I love gobbling on hot, sloppy donuts. Love them from my mouth to my butt. How's it going? First date. Thanks for asking me that, so you could get all your funny jokes out.
I mean, I just wasn't expecting that jelly comment.
Room. What are you doing? You gonna poke it with a stick?
Check his pulse.
Granny's alive. Thank Christ. I didn't want to have to lip.
Hold on, chat. Give me 1 second. I shall return. Give me 1 second, chat. Give me 1 second. Alrighty, chat. Alrighty. We are returned. We are back with our daily scheduled program of
Okay.
Jelly Donuts.
So, can I go now?
A wellness check. It's a B&E. Let's figure out if the perp is still there.
Perp, B&E.
Okay, Lieutenant. Fuck, I can't think of a character from a cop show.
Cool. Well, why don't you stay put and work on that while I get another camera up online?
She's my least favorite. The worst of the lot.
That surprises me. You guys got similar energy. How do I switch cameras?
Just click beside here and you can cycle all the cameras in the building.
It's weird getting tech advice from an old person.
Bro, I'm not even 40 yet.
Weird hearing bro from an old person.
Dan, Lieutenant Dan? Is that a thing?
Yes, I am the legless Vietnam vet from Forrest Gump. Sick burn. Am I doing something wrong? Pushing that button just says access denied.
Ah, damn it. Sometimes people add extra security. They don't understand it just makes it harder for us to do our job.
Hey, what's taking so long? Are you sleeping or something, or are you just bad at your job?
Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, guys, doesn't this make you just want to start singing? I like jelly donuts. I like my donuts. Jelly, jelly, jelly donuts. Jelly, jelly donuts.
Why does a donut shop even need extra security?
Yeah, that's my question. I was about to say the same thing.
Hello?
Ugh.
Oh my god, I'm never gonna figure that out. Okay.
This node represents a code to use later. Remember it.
Okay. There you go. Perfect. All right. I remember.
All right, what do we got here?
Perp? Beanie? Who are you, Lieutenant Dan?
Hey, shut up for a sec. You're not alone. He's coming your way, armed. You need to disappear.
Why are you whispering, you idiot? You're in my ear.
No.
Not the donuts, man. I wanted to have my cream filled, my jelly. Oh my gosh.
God damn it. This bitch is a gusher.
Be careful.
I got this, Lieutenant Dan. Never mind.
I mean, you do also have like this blood on you, so you might want to.
Got any more great advice?
Dog. What the hell? Now I see why she needs her inhalers. Oh my god.
Shit.
Yeah, she needs it because she can only breathe for long. Come on, Invisigal, please don't die on me.
Bitch. Invisigal, just hold him off while I find a way to help.
Auxiliary systems? What are you doing? Sprinkler?
I can use the overhead sprinklers to short out his blaster.
Okay.
Come on.
I'm working under pressure now. Oh, okay.
Got him.
What? Okay. Up, down. Okay. Perfect. Wait, fuck. What? What's this? Password 2 is down, up, and then left, right. Left, right, and up, down. Left, right, and up, down. Left, right, and up, down. Fuck, I forgot? Chat, no way. Chat, oh my gosh, she's gonna die. Up, down. What part is this? Up, down. Oh, left, right. Up, down, left, right. Up, down, left, right. Up, down, left, right. Up, down. Up, down, left, right. Up, down, left, right. What the fuck is the other one? It's up, down. Up, down, what? Oh, down, left. Okay, up, down. Up, down. Chat, I'm fucking, oh my god. You know what, no, I'm going back into the stream. I can't. I'm too stressed out. Oh my god, I'm crumbling under pressure. Holy shit. Oh my god, holy hell. I'm crumbling under pressure. What's happening? Oh my god, please. Oh my god, it doesn't even show me. Dude, LWA, oh my god. Where the fuck is it, man? Let me go back. Please, I beg. Okay, hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. Yeah, I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna go back in your own stream to go look for it. Yes. You're damn right I am, because guess what? I refuse to fuck this up. I refuse to fuck this up. I'm sorry, you're not gonna get me to fuck this up. Nope, I'm sorry. Haha, nope, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, let's try. Let's try. Where's what I'm looking for, please? Oh, please, for the love of God. Oh, brother. Will it not let me? There's no way it will not let me go back. I can't rewatch it now. It was up, down, left, up. There you go. Okay, let's try it. If I fuck this up, chat, I'm gonna be bad. It was. What the fuck is it then? Now we're going back in a second. Oh, well, I guess that also works. Damn. Okay, you know what? I guess me doing that was no point. Sorry, chat. Hold on. I need to get back to where we were. Okay. Damn. Oh my god. Who was that?
Granny, I don't think you know how to use that thing, so why don't you
shut the fuck up?
Oh,
one of the
whoa.
good guys.
You? Yeah, right. Don't fuck with me, okay? Nobody fucks Granny. Nobody fucks with Granny.
Oh my gosh.
Stay calm.
Can we take out?
Okay, disarm Granny before the thing blows his face off. It looks super unstable.
So your expert opinion is to
attack the client. Fuck that.
I did things your way and it turned to shit. I'm taking out the guy who's been trying to kill me.
That wasn't a suggestion, it's a direct.
Okay, well that's fair enough. I mean, I literally wanted to make sure that we could avoid things, but okay.
Hey, Invisigal, you okay? Hey, are you okay? Come in.
I'm fine. But this guy, less fine.
Oh.
Smells like bacon a little. It's gross, but it's also kind of not bad.
Yeah, great. Okay, where's the perp? Jesus Christ, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Oh my god, we fucked up so bad.
Smells like a win to me.
That was pretty good for first day. Sometimes people, get electrical burns.
She disobeyed a direct order.
Well, that's the problem. This isn't the army, and these ain't soldiers. They're fucking supervillains.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, wow, okay.
Why don't you take a breather? We can debrief with Blazer in a bit. Here. There's vending machines in the break room. You look like you could use a snack.
Are you sure you're not actually 80 years old?
Alright. I had one fail. Take a hero out of resting. Oh, perfect. Random point towards. We just need some more. Okay. Select one to vigor the upward. Alright. Who needs the skill point the most? Gonna be honest, I think gonna have to go with Coop. Yep. Can't believe I failed one. That pissed me. That makes me sad. I thought I had it. I'll be honest. I really be honest, Chad. I thought I had it. Okay, that's fine. Ooh, Twinkies. Oh. Love me some Twinks, man.
Hey.
Ah, shit.
What kind of superhero flinches? I didn't say which superhero. Chill out.
If you had people trying to kill you for the last 15 years, you'd be jumpy too.
What makes you think my life has been any different? You think growing up surrounded by a bunch of shitbag villains, I didn't need to watch my back?
Yeah, well, you had a choice. No one made you pick a life of crime.
What the fuck?
You can't just go around. Ow! Why does he keep screaming?
His name's Sonar.
Yeah, I know what sonar means.
What's up?
Then why are you asking why he keeps screaming?
She was just explaining your, you know what? Never mind. Good shift.
This guy's weird.
Yeah,
What the
he
fuck's
is.
Sonar? Okay.
Look, I actually just came by to celebrate the mission going well. Didn't mean to interrupt your little snack. What, do you need a pre-chew like a little baby bird?
You kind of ignored my
You
order.
disobeyed a direct order. How can you think it went well? You trashed the place. The suspect got away and you got the client hurt. I don't think when he called us, he thought he'd be ending the day winking at Lefty because you turned his other arm into a pork rind.
Granny would be fine if Granny didn't pick that fucking thing up in the first place. He's just some dumbass trying to be a hero. And don't fucking say it, I know where you're going.
Fact of the matter is that shit didn't need to happen. We could have had an outcome where the client doesn't get fried and we get the perp if you had just fucking listened to me. You ask for help, then I can... What now?
Is it coffee? Okay.
I make the calls, not you.
Here's
Fair
some
enough.
advice. You're right at home behind that desk because you're no hero. You were a nerd
Damn.
playing a video game in a suit your daddy built. Now you're a twitchy little bitch turtle without a shell.
Damn.
A real hero puts their ass on the line. A real hero can't just press a button and make their problems disappear.
Well, you
The
kind of
fact
need
of
me.
the matter is, you need me way more than I need you. Based on what I saw today, you wouldn't last a day as Mecha Man. Because there isn't a mech suit in the universe that'll keep you from being a selfish fucking asshole.
Wow. Hey, I didn't want to say all of that. Wait, I'm fizzing out. Wait a minute. I'm just saying we can work together. Like,
Feel bad. Good. Fuck you.
oh wow. Damn.
You gonna eat those Twinks?
That's not what they're... You know what? Help yourself.
Damn.
What happened to your nose?
Well, what happened?
Here we go.
You have a tissue hanging from your nose, Robert.
Yeah, it
I was
tripped.
trying to ignore it, but that became impossible when it
I
started
bumped my
soaking
head.
in blood.
I don't know. I just sort of bumped my head, I guess.
Right. When I think of someone bumping their head, it's the back of their head. Your nose, your bloody nose, is the same place as your eyes, which is on your face.
Right, yeah. I guess I bumped my face then.
We're here to assess Robert's first shift, and aside from whatever happened here, I thought it was pretty good.
What?
Told you, Robbie.
I was watching on the monitor. The work you did dispatching. I don't
Wow.
think the Z team has ever had a better shift than that.
We just might need to confront the fact that it might be the best they can do. Especially the way the Granny thing went.
Yeah, now the Granny situation, that wasn't ideal. But I've seen so much worse with Invisigal.
Let's be real. She ain't gonna make it.
She's difficult to work with, sure. But I see a lot of promise in her.
You do.
Really. Even the other
But the
Z
perp
team
got away.
respect her.
They're afraid of her.
The perp got away. How is that an acceptable outcome?
Yeah, shit happens.
Look, Robert, you should be proud.
Okay.
The bar is very low with this group.
Well, it's not low for me. Look, I like to make a joke and keep things light as much as the next person. But when it comes to work, I'm not fucking around here.
True.
If you want the Phoenix program to survive, the bar needs to go up.
And how would we do that?
By treating the Z team like what they are, a bunch of villains. And leading a supervillain team takes a different approach than a superhero team. I need
True.
to be around them. I need them to see I'm all in, and they need to match that energy.
Some tough
Okay.
love.
The only kind I know. And based on what I've seen, the only version they'll respond to.
Okay.
I'm not saying everyone will make it. They won't. I'm not saying it won't get spicy. It will. But when it does, I also need you to trust me to handle it. I
Okay.
don't want you stepping in. They need to respect me, even if I don't have powers.
Damn. All right. Robbie boy.
Okay, we'll do it your way. Monday, we'll get them in a room and introduce them to their new supervillain leader.
Perfect.
I can't
Thank you.
promise it'll work. I can only promise that I'll do my best.
No fucking way it's gonna work. But it'll be
Wait, this game is, yeah, this is kind of like a show, right? Yeah.
God damn it. Yeah, I also promise to do my best.
Okay. Okay, I like this.
Hey, kid.
What?
What are you doing?
Yeah. No. I did this. It's weird because yeah, I saw this lady, smiling lady, put a
Aw.
donut on your desk earlier, previously, and it was nicely on a napkin. But then she comes back and she just crazy, like evil mode, and hit, smash.
That's all right, man.
Donut.
What a mess.
We'll clean it.
What? No.
No, yes. See, I'm SDN's newest. He
Hero?
helpful janitor. Helpful janitor.
Okay.
All right, water boy.
Cool.
He's
So,
moving up in the
it's
world.
my pleases pleasure, and it's my job, which you helped me get. So thank you so much.
Okay.
Happy to help.
It's Friday. I'm not gonna ask. You headed out?
Oh,
I
yeah,
am. You're down right.
Great. Thanks, kid.
I kind of like the music. Oh my gosh.
Water boy.
Yeah. Welcome to you. You too.
Okay. He has water come out of his mouth?
Hey, I want you to know
Okay.
us fixing your suit is not contingent on you fixing the Z team.
Really?
I wouldn't do that to you.
That's good to know.
Okay.
But don't worry about that. I'm just really glad you're here, Robert.
Yeah, thanks for thanks for setting this up for me.
Hey, look, I really appreciate you setting this up. It's
Yeah.
exactly what I need right now, and it'll get me that much more excited to be back out there.
Yeah, cool.
Actually, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. It's a little awkward to mention, but since the other night,
Blonde Blazer.
The fuck is he doing here? Phenomenon?
Are you ready to go?
They're dating?
Who is this? I thought I'd cataloged all of your work companions.
Robert, this is my boyfriend, Phenomenon. This is our new
I
dispatcher.
fucking kissed her.
Robert,
The third Robert Robertson, leader of the Phoenixes.
Chad, I kissed her.
Told me about you.
Really? Did she say, I don't know, what came up in that talk?
She said
We're
you're
so
a beautiful,
fucked.
honorable man that truly cares.
Don't Homelander me, please.
Why are you so small?
hey, come on. You gotta stop asking people that.
The way you spoke of him made him sound impressive.
Oh,
I only
what the
seek to
fuck?
Understand. I apologize. How was his first day? Was his lack of size and strength an issue?
No,
The
it was
fuck?
great. It was great. It was a great first day.
That is phenomenal. We should celebrate. Blonde Blazer and I have reservations in Tokyo at a restaurant where the owner dreams of sushi. You should join
Yeah,
us.
she's saying no. I was gonna say no
I'm sure
to
they could
begin with.
accommodate one more. Especially a special occasion
yeah,
like
no.
this.
Oh, that sounds great.
Get me
but
out
I
of here,
spoil
no.
my appetite eating sweets all day.
A shame. Another time then?
For sure.
I'm not gonna. I will not be in the cuck chair tonight. No, I will not.
He flies a little faster.
It
Okay.
was very nice to meet you, third Robert Robertson.
I will not. They will not put me in the cuck chair, man.
The power
They
of
will
my
not
punch
put me
has
in the
been
cuck
known
chair.
to stun small beings.
Bro, Robert's not even that bad. Like, he's not even that fucking bad. What is this dude's deal? Keep calling him small. Oh, you're tiny. What the fuck is the music, man? What is this game? What is this game, dude? Invisigal? Invisigal, Invisigal. 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 Miss Invisigal. Okay. 93% of us. Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta move my face real quick. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Oh, we fist bumped Royd. Royd's cool. Royd's cool. Of course I'm gonna fist bump him. He's bro. You and covered for Invisigal? Yeah. I mean, I have to. Yeah. After I prefer this, 36% chose Jelly Donuts. 73% of players decide not to ask out Blazer. I was not about to do that. And now that I'm glad I know now. The fuck is, what the hell? 44% didn't let Sonar meet Vanderstick. You and 40% of players convinced the fight men to become a crime fighting duo men. Your most hero was Prism. Should have been damn Invisigal, but she was like every fucking minute it was something else. Oh shit, I lost my face. Lost my face. Okay, there we go. All right, we're going to the third episode, chat. We're on the third episode. All right, episode 3 time. All right, Ad Hoc Studios. Oh my days. All right, what's happening over here in Ad Hoc in collaboration with Critical Role? Rolling a D20 chat. All right, the best-selling newspaper in the world. Mecha Man scourging, saving victims from a bank hack. Oh, chat, the blueprints, chat. They have the blueprints. The blueprints. Oh, to Mecha Man. Okay. What's all this for? Last time we saw it, what was it, in our house? What's Robert doing? Mechanical joint design. What the fuck? Oh my god, Royd, my goat!
Whoa, hey, what are you doing?
Brother, your warranty already void.
I love Royd, man.
How can you
He's
just
so
toss
cool.
it around like that?
No worries, I'm pretty strong.
That's not what I'm saying.
How you got this thing inside your apartment anyways? Oh, super heavy, the bugger.
I disassembled it
bugger.
and took it in little pieces, which is what I thought you'd be doing.
And how long did that take you?
3 or... No, it was 4 days.
I get 20 minutes.
Royd is cool. Polynesian brother, man.
Be a little gentler with it. It is, you know, my whole fucking life.
Every
Yeah,
time
it
I
is.
walk in this place, I get sad. That not happen to you?
No
one ever tell you that?
Hey, man, I'm gonna be
No one
honest,
ever
Royd. I'm a little poor, man. I'm a little poor.
Royd.
I'm a little
Ain't that
poor,
what it is?
man.
Does that make you feel good?
Bro, you're not poor if you can keep this suit going. Like, where you sleep?
We're figuring that out.
You're figuring that out, huh? Shoot, even the beef got a bed.
Even the
This
beef.
the type of apartment you see when the detective kicked the door in, you know?
Dude, I love Royd. He's such a vibe, man. That's the goat.
Focus on
Where the Astro Pulse at?
lost in the blast while I was flying.
How the
No clue where
fuck
it
do you
landed.
know the Astral Pulse,
I
man?
spent a couple weeks after it happened trying to track it down.
It powered the whole suit.
Yeah, it's the only piece of the suit my dad didn't have schematics for. That gonna be a problem?
Ah, might not. We figure them out.
Ah, minor. We figure it out.
How'd
All
you
right.
know about the Astro Pulse?
Thank you.
Everybody know about the Pulse. It's actually 2 wicked pieces of tech, huh? First you get the Astro Pulse, this genius design energy cell. But inside them, you get the Stellar Core.
Can I
What?
help?
No, brother. You good.
How does he know that?
Crazy is when you mix the control fusion reactions with the plasma containment. Oh, brother. You got a core one super crazy energized plasma state.
How does he know that?
Stuff, like you caught one small star and chop them in a bottle. Genius.
Did you recreate
So
it?
you can just make me a new one, right? Which is why it's not a problem.
The Astro Pulse super awesome, but we'll be all right.
We'll be all right. Okay.
Maybe we go for lighter metals this time, huh?
What do you mean this time?
You know, I actually met your dad one time, long time ago. First time I come mainland. He'll catch me trying to steal stuff from Radio Shack. Then we talked next
Not
time for like a
Radio
full
Shack.
hour. Then he would take me to jail. That's how I ended up in the Phoenix program.
That's longer than any conversation I ever had with him.
Bummers.
Bummers. I love Roy,
Guess when
man.
you're building astropulses, there's not much time for talking to your son.
Not so sure about that.
I don't understand.
You see, there's gearheads, then there's science nerds. One kind garage, the other kind lab, you know. Your father one good gearhead, but I just can't see how he'll make something like the Pulse. You know, science nerd.
How would you know this from talking to him once?
Cause I'm both.
What?
True. I'm the one gonna fix your suit.
Roy, my goat? My Polynesian brethren? Thank you, Roy. Thank you for being so real. Oh my god, he's a real one.
That one, over there. That's your father's suit.
What?
We gonna make this one the Robert suit.
The Robert suit. Yes. Yes, Roy, my goat. Roy, my goat. Chat, can you see? Can you see? Do I need to change it? If I need to, I can. Oh my god, fat
you like
fuck.
it, brother.
Royd, I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you is what I need to say. This is unreal.
Yeah, this looks
We make
sick.
the man Mecca again.
Yes. Royd is so cool. Royd is absolutely my best friend. Royd, anything with Royd, I better not get anything nasty. I'm gonna fist up, bro. If he's taking a shit, he's the goat. Oh. You know, I'm gonna let it go. no point.
I think he did that on purpose.
I'm not even gonna worry about it. I won't even worry about it. Come on, put me down. Yep, there we go. Okay. Oh. Thank you, Water Boy.
Hey, Chase, I need a favor.
Favor? It's not enough of a favor getting you this job working with those stupid-ass pieces of... Oh, kids, huh? Who's the little guy?
His name's Beef, and he's the favor. You mind keeping an eye out?
Beef.
I feel bad leaving him at home, but I don't want anything happening to him.
Robert, I would literally let everyone here melt in eternal hell, including you, before anything happens to this dog.
Okay.
Oh, what's your name, little guy?
Hey, get off of me.
My name's Beef and I'm naked. Oh, no, I refuse to believe that's what he sounds like. Robert, you got a sec?
Sure.
I do have a second. All right, Blonde
What's up?
Blazer.
About the other day with Phenomenon.
Oh, yeah. How's dinner?
Oh, it was awkward. It's why I didn't want you to come.
Why? What happened at dinner?
Phenomenon and I broke up.
Over Tokyo Dream Sushi?
That's crazy.
It's just the timing felt right.
What the hell?
I don't know. Sometimes you just gotta shake shit up.
What do you mean you
It
shake
felt
shit
a
up?
little impulsive, but maybe it was a long time coming.
Yeah, are
Well,
you happy?
Are you happy?
I don't know. I don't think I know yet. It is what it is.
Okay.
But that's actually not what I wanted to talk to you about.
Why did you bring it
I
up?
was thinking about it over the weekend, and I'm going to cut someone from the Z team.
What?
Or you are, rather.
What?
Maybe I'm just looking to shake things up all over the place.
You sure about that?
You sure about that?
Yeah.
Less sure now. You think it's a bad idea?
I'm just not sure how it'll play out.
Yeah.
The reality is, cutting someone towards the bottom of the leaderboards will show everyone we're serious.
I'll let the team know.
Oh, I already did.
What?
I suppose it'll be an interesting shift.
So who are the two that are at the bottom? No, not Invisigal, please.
She ain't bad. Those three ain't shit.
Did you come over here to tell me that? 'Cause it's almost exactly the information a leaderboard gives you.
Actually, smartass, I came over to tell you that one of your team members is in need of assistance.
Okay. Ooh.
Sonar, you alright? Why are you sending a distress call when you haven't left the building?
Could you send a locksmith downstairs?
What happened?
Coop seduced me.
No. I said, hey, want to see something cool, and then handcuffed you to a squat rack.
But you said it with a hot voice, so I assumed you meant boobs.
Okay. I know Blazer mentioned someone's getting cut, but don't let that distract you from doing a good job out there. That's what you'll be judged on.
What a bunch of bullshit.
Sorry, what's bullshit?
Judgy bullshit.
How is that?
Yeah, only God can judge me.
Okay, false. I'm
Okay.
judging you right now.
Okay.
Bullshit, because it's not like you gotta deal with this kind of bullshit.
Also false. Of course I'm being judged along with the rest of you. Do you not know what a job is? What the hell is going
None
on?
of us have had real jobs, dude. How is this a surprise to you?
All right, fine. Just ignore the pressure and do your jobs. You don't need to be first. You just can't be last.
What about me?
Can somebody go down to the gym and help Bat Boner?
Bat boner.
Don't ask.
Losing feeling in my hand, and not in a fun, kinky way.
Okay, let's see. All right, we're starting off strong. Okay, let's see.
There was an altercation with my team and a monster down at the beach, and there's some debris of... There's body parts left behind.
Wow, load monster. Okay, we're gonna need someone strong, obviously. We need someone with the muscles.
Hey, take it easy.
What's it called? And then load giant monster parts into the all right, large, media, and civil presence.
No. I'm thinking no.
Oh, okay, and that's it. What the fuck?
Oh my fucking god. I didn't know dogs could be so huge and menacing. He might have rabies. Animal control guy wasn't sure.
You know, we're gonna entice it with food. As long as I'm not cooked. Fuck me, man.
I would kill this dog.
As the hurricanes are, they start to decrease by 1. As the hurricane, they'll be downed. Okay. I'm so sorry.
You know, this is really fucking immature, guys.
Serves them right. You let your guard down, you perish.
That's a pretty
Fair enough.
fucked way to live.
Emphasis on live.
Oh my god. You do realize that sabotaging each other isn't going to guarantee you a spot on the team, right?
Dude, you know what? Hold on. We gotta go back. We gotta go back. We gotta go back. No, I'm sorry. We gotta go back. I'm sorry. I can't. That absolutely just ruined everything. No, can we go back to you know, like, yeah, come on. Perfect. Because of that right there, man, I was about to lose my mind. I don't want a Physical to leave, please. I love a Physical. I love it. She's so cool. Chat and Physical, please.
Actually, smart ass. I came over to tell you that one of your team members is in need of assistance.
All right. We're going to. I'm not gonna let Coop get hurt because Coop is like the best unit I have right now.
All right. Why are you sending a distress call when you haven't left the building?
Could you send a locksmith downstairs?
What happened?
Coop seduced me.
No. I said, hey, want to see something cool, and then handcuffed you to a squat rack.
Which is fucking crazy, man.
Okay, team, I know Blazer mentioned someone's getting cut, but don't let that distract you from doing a good job out there. That's
True.
You'll be judged on.
True.
Sorry, what's bullshit?
Judgy bullshit.
How is that?
Yeah, only God can judge me.
Okay.
That line
false.
still gets me,
I'm
man.
judging you right now.
Bullshit, because it's not like you gotta deal with this kind of bullshit.
Also false. Of course I'm being judged along with the rest of you. Do you not know what a job is? What the hell is going
None
on?
of us have had real jobs, dude. How is this a surprise to you?
All right, fine. Just ignore the pressure and do your jobs. You don't need to be first. You just can't be last.
What about me?
Can somebody go down to
All
the
right.
gym and help Batboner?
Batboner is crazy.
Don't ask.
Losing
All right.
feeling in my hand, and not in
So-
a fun, kinky way.
Take it here out of resting. Okay. So the first one. All right. Well, we ready now.
There was an altercation with my team and a monster down at the beach, and there's some debris of... There's body parts left behind.
Oh. Okay.
Alright, not too bad, not too bad. Damn, seeing all my followers swarm together like this, it's intimidating.
Perhaps Prism could learn to be less conspicuous.
I think distract them with the song, please. Please. Thank you.
Playing the hits works every time.
Thank you, President.
You know, this is really
Dude,
fucking
what?
immature,
So, like,
guys.
it doesn't matter.
Serves them right. You let your guard down, you perish.
That's a pretty fucked way to live.
Emphasis on live.
That's crazy.
Oh my god. You do realize that sabotaging each other isn't going to guarantee you a spot on the team, right?
Thank you. Oh my gosh. I would have been so mad. All right. I think we're okay. Okay, hold on. Dear God, undercover.
Drug deal happening at the Twins airport right now? I think you should send the bad guy. He seems right for the job.
Hi, someone hides me.
Sure.
I'll convincingly pose as a buyer. Yeah, I'm Visigal. Yeah.
Fine, I'm going.
Dude, why is it? What is it? Visigal about to have issues? Don't do this to me right now, man. Coop. We'll do some mobility.
Come on, dude. Wow, betrayed
Sir.
by a fellow degenerate.
He's an enterprising young man. Reminds me of myself.
Wait, Sonar paid a kid to stalk a physical with a spy camera? I think ditching him is the best idea you can do. Because breaking the camera and then, you know, paying him is even worse. Thank God. Okay.
What's
Perfect.
the matter, kid? Can't climb fire escapes? Idiot.
Bro, so they're all just...
Turtle fans moved in, flipped a grill, started a fight, and ruined a bunch of hot dogs.
You gotta break up a fight. Yeah, who has the mindset for this? Not you, Prism. I need some blood. Some intelligent. Yeah, it's gonna be fucking Prism, isn't it? Aye, guy, I know. Alright, yeah. Ah, fuck me. Come on, yeah, that's gonna be
Wasn't
prison.
ready anyway.
Um,
This bitch.
yeah, it's gonna have to be prison.
Ooh, okay. I see you. Picking from the cream of the crop.
Thank you. Thank. Alright, let's see. 71%? Okay, that's not bad. There's just no fucking way. Are you kidding me?
I'll, be right back. Just gotta go powder my cocaine.
How do you...
Dude, you promised me you were gonna cut back.
I will, right after this bump.
Are you serious? Bro, I had... Oh my god.
A while since I had to call in a coke-related favor. But this shit was worth it for sure.
Ugh, fuck you.
And my grandma got scammed by someone claiming they work for you guys. Speak to the victim, gather intel. The only person... Oh my god, no one's gonna fucking intel. Well, actually, you know what?
What's a guy gotta do to rise up the ranks around here?
There's some risky happening at the law. I think it's a drug deal. Protect and defend, shut down the deal. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
You look, different.
It was a diamond in the rough revealed. Uncalled to under 2 slots, certain slots say grant. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be good. Okay. Oh my god.
God damn it!
What the fuck did Sonar? Sonar is playing.
I'd be impressed by this if I wasn't in ever-increasing pain.
Alright, Sonar is playing.
Man bad hybrid, he can figure it out himself.
Plug your ears? Yeah, we're gonna have to plug his ears. Like, what else could we do? Dude, if Sonar is dead, we're so fucked. Bro. Now he's fucking gone. He's out. What did he know?
I just kind of wanted to know if he could become one with it.
Pry yourself, ask for somebody, pry yourself. You're gonna think, oh my god. Brother, what? Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yo, some Mad Mixer dudes, I fuck with those guys.
Okay, next one. Can I please not have one that's 70% and I fuck it over? 31. What do you mean? Bro!
Talk your shit.
Should never set this damn woman anywhere. Oh my god. Okay. I should be like at 50. Dude, what?
Do any of you actually want to be here?
What else am I supposed to do, huh?
Feeling fresh.
You got someone that can figure out how to stop a landslide?
Stand aside.
As hot and threatening as that sounds, I'm not going anywhere.
Reinforcements.
We're tied for the bottom with fucking Invisigal.
Not for long.
Needs to. Okay.
Roberto, my boy, excellent choice. First of many we could make together.
Fucking. Oh my god. You've got to be kidding. So I pushed her into the pool.
Sonar, you have signed your death warrant.
Worth it. Next time, don't promise a man boobs.
No one promised you anything.
Sonar pushed me into the pool during the water acrobat class. They refused to let me leave. I hate the water. Describe you. Just backstroke away. Please, for the love of fuck. Oh my god, this has been like horrible so far. What the hell?
That was nothing. You should really see my butterfly stroke.
Bro, I've had the worst fucking day today. Like, no one's working with anybody.
Has turned into the mascot Inquisition. I cannot outrun them forever. It's too hot. Help!
Protect turns the turtle at all costs. Okay. And then catch up with the rowdy crowds. I need someone with speed. The one person that's on has speed is fucking. Oh my god! Fuck you, Flambe. I don't even want to use you.
What happened?
What do you mean sabotaged? What?
She's fine. Just walked into my sword with her face a little bit.
Oh my
I don't
god!
believe in punching women, but I do believe in punching demons.
A gunblade locked Flambe in a sensory What? Can I, dude, let me just unlock the tank. What the fuck, dude, what, can we please work together? Damn, oh my god. Jesus, man. Fucking hell.
What the fuck did you do? I'm drowning in here.
Shh, calm down. Okay.
Fuck yeah.
There we go. Come on. Perfect. Down, left, down, down, left, down, down, left, down,
Yeah,
down.
just
check.
take your fucking time.
Yeah, left, down, down. I will leave you
That's
in there.
right.
Left, down, down, left, down, down, left, down, down, left, down, down, left, down, down. There we go. Perfect. Left, down, down.
Unlock activated.
Perfect.
Drowning in a sensory deprivation tank is not the kind of wet
Bro,
I like to
what
be,
the
Robert.
hell is happening? Hey, Robert, I'm pretty sure I've got the scanner on the line. Yeah, let me just hack into someone's systems, dude. Because what the hell do they have me doing? Okay.
Almost.
Come on.
All right, let's see where this asshole is.
Yeah.
Warmer. Nearly there.
Okay.
Okay, not over here.
Not over there. Not over here.
Got him.
Perfect. Right there. This camera to pinpoint his location. Perfect. Oh my god. Bro. What is this today?
Here, but what if we just forget any of that ever happened?
Oh my god. Can we please get something to work? Can we please get something to work? I don't think I've had a single one
I've
work
seen
today.
worse. Probably.
Alright, can we help me over there? Okay, dude. I don't think I've seen... Reroute the traffic and lift their spirits to grab their attention. I fucking hate you, probably. About that. There should be no reason why she can't handle that thunder. Oh, wait.
Can we get some help over here? The lot is packed. No one moved in like an hour.
Okay. Grab their attention. I need you to do that.
Yeah, fine.
Alright, a Vando CEO train. Halt the train before it crashes. Rescue. Fuck, no, I don't care.
Cybertrain with precious cargo aboard is minutes away from colliding with the stopped freight at the station.
I guess we're doing it like this, yeah.
25. What?
This is our 25th time being paired together.
Yeah, but who's counting?
I am.
Oh, yeah. I guess so.
Okay, why did she say it like that? Thank God. Can we please get something work? Prismata, please. Please. Thank fuck. Oh my God. Good God. I was about to say, if they pissed me off, I was gonna say, you fucking people from Flint, Michigan, it's your damn fault. You Michiganers. I know what you people are. My God. You need more charisma. Oh my God, I just cannot deal with that. Please tell me this worked. Okay, 67%. Dude, there's no fucking way.
I think I'm gonna use me head.
Hunter doesn't receive any debuffs from injuries. He cannot be downed. Oh, perfect. Oh my God.
Burglar spotted, headed towards the alley on Street.
I'll handle this.
You serious?
Ooh, sorry, darling. Don't feel like it.
Where the fuck is the
Out of my
wizard gal
way.
going?
Fuck off.
What are you doing in Visigal?
Not getting cut?
It's like you said, the way to win this leaderboard game is to not lose, right?
Yeah, that's not what I said.
I'm pretty sure that's what you said.
Oh my god. Oh, it's this prick again. Crazy. Oh, wow. Lightning
Yeah, so
struck.
the perp that just ran by was lightning struck. This is now the second time that you let him get away.
No shit. That's crazy. Oh, chill out.
Are you serious? You're not gonna let him go? You're not gonna go kill him?
I'd normally say cut her, but the way things are going, I'd cut the whole damn team. You need a reset, Robbie.
All Z team back to base and in the conference room in 20 minutes.
Yeah, we need that bad. Dude, none of them went well. Yeah, not a single one went well. This was fucking horrible. Like, not a single one of them went well. Need everyone to get in this fucking room and start locking the fuck in. My god.
Anyone else think this is a waste of time?
Yeah, I know.
What are we doing? What's the fuck is the point?
I'd rather be somewhere else.
I had 1,000 better things to do. There is so many.
I was about to hit the gym to give Teresa a different workout.
Can everybody take a seat so we can get started?
I'm missing it because of this burn shears.
Hey, can I get your attention, please? I would like to get started. So...
Damn.
Oh, looks like this motherfucker's got the power of light.
Bobby boy, looks we're going at.
I'm not gonna kick him out for what reason?
Hey.
Oh.
I understand you're big, but you need to be considerate of the people around you. Have a seat.
Well, you know what?
I'll sit on the floor.
Suit yourself.
I was not expecting him to do that.
What's going on?
Oh, I offered him a seat.
Oh, now
we getting this party started?
Yeah, what's this shit about? Let's go. Come on. Fucking wasting my time. Let's go.
Okay. As you know, by the end of today, one of you will be cut from the Z team.
This is bullshit.
Yeah, you said that already.
Cut me from a job I didn't want in the first place.
Miss Blazer, maybe if you gave us a dispatcher who knew what they were doing, you wouldn't have to throw no one out.
Hey, Nikki Mirage, I'm standing right here. You can talk to
Okay.
me.
I wasn't talking to you, bitch. Which weak-ass superhero team did you come from? Fucking Geek Squad?
Doesn't matter where I'm from, Cardi C.
Oh.
What matters is I'm here to figure out who stays and who goes.
Yeah, chill out, lady. Ha ha. Let the man talk.
Oh.
Talking shit, you hipster motherfucker? Over here looking like Mumford fucked all his sons.
That was funny. See? We're just busting balls.
Keep talking. You won't have your tiny inbred balls left to bust.
Can I kick a person?
Or there won't be a next time.
Don't threaten me, you butter knife bitch.
Okay, I'll make this
Look
quick.
at her instigating.
Most people will look around this room and see a bunch of villains. Not even the super kind, just plain ass, run-of-the-mill, vanilla fucking villains.
True.
But that's not what I see. Because lucky for you, I'm not most people. When I look around this room, what I see
Some
is
discount, some fucking. I see potential.
Got there in the end.
Unfortunately for you, it's a curse. Because there isn't a thing in the universe that goes more wasted than potential. And despite how common it is, no one seems to forget. It's what they whisper when you leave the room. Oh, so-and-so had so much potential. It follows you forever.
That is
I'm
true.
here to help you lift the curse of potential by getting you to fucking do something with it. You're all part of the Phoenix program. Any of you know what a Phoenix is?
Ooh, city in Arizona.
Yeah, the sweltering ball sack of America.
Nah, if Florida's the dick, then Louisiana's got to be the ball sack. Just, you know, position.
The Phoenix according to legend, is a beautiful bird of prey that was so tired of its immortality, it tricked the sun god into dropping a spark on its nest to set it ablaze, burning it to shit. But instead of dying, the phoenix emerged from ash, reborn.
I was going to say, you're all burnt
All
to
of you
shit.
in this room are phoenixes, and it's obvious what that means. But for you dumb ones, I'll spell it out. The phoenix symbolizes redemption. It's what you're here for. It's what connects everyone in this room. To burn up who you were, to become who you were meant to be.
Hold on, his
Phoenix
writing's
is
fire.
also a lame-ass band my lame-ass roommate listens to.
You're late.
I like that band.
You would. What are you talking about? I was here the whole time. I turned invisible, genius, remember?
Great. Then you know we're cutting someone, and you, Miss Hot Topic Sale, are at the bottom of the leaderboards. Have a better second shift.
Fuck, I need this job.
What for, Coupe? We all know you'll just be working the roulette wheel.
That's a croupier, you idiot.
The fuck's a croupier?
All
You're a degenerate gambler.
right, let's get that second shift starting, please. Team shift was not it. I need my twinks, man. I need my twinks. Give me my. I'm gonna start calling them that. I'm gonna call them my twinks. All right, everybody's here. We're all for fucking schedule.
Back there, Robert.
Thanks.
All right, everyone, you heard the man. Get out there and do some stellar dispatching. You got this.
All right, let's do my job.
My client requires protection while he does some shopping.
I remember this man, and he's right to be paranoid. Secret police hired me 3 years ago to kill him. He pissed off the wrong dictator, who shall remain nameless.
Protect the subscriber and then be able to fend off anyone from attacks. So I need someone with some defense and some strength. I feel as if nobody has shit today.
Coming through.
Yep. Mr. Clayface for himself. Okay, we're doing good. I swear to God, if he fucks up so bad, Prism.
Hey, Vizzy. I just got Robert's joke.
What joke?
Offered me a seat. I just got it. That was funny.
Bro, that was like 3 hours ago.
Oh my God. There's no way!
Almost had it that time, though.
Dude, there's no fucking way. There's no 73%. Chat, do we know how high that is?
Some bitch just cut me in line at the Utopia concert. I've been here for 12 fucking hours.
Utopia's a hack.
I like her.
You basic, fat bitch. You've got super hearing and you use it to listen to a girl who knows 4 chords and can't write a song to save her life.
Say what you want. It's catchy.
Unbelievable.
Should make you fucking work together. Easily stop, yes, but he has intelligence.
Bye then.
Actually, you know what? Maybe, why not? Go ahead.
Here's what I found out last night. The SDN office was a Cold War CIA prison.
What?
In Torrance.
I know, isn't that sick?
Yo, Mal, what kind of music you got in your heavy rotation right now?
You know, honestly, it's a lot of ska, but I had like a really big techno yodeling phase recently too.
Dang. Anything good you'd recommend?
Depends. Do you like the sensation of your ears bleeding?
Nah, I'm good.
Alright, all for me.
Thank fuck.
You sure we don't work on commission?
Oh, their synergy went up. Oh.
Everybody should step back.
I will take that with a grain of salt. I'll remember that now. Okay, so they've got some synergy together. Perfect. That's exactly what we need, because fuck
I
off.
think there's some kind of cult recruiting outside my store. They're creeping everyone out.
Okay. Identify the loaders, recommend the goods, tell them to disperse immediately. So I need someone with...
Graceful, but deadly.
Guess what?
Actually, that's a horrible idea. What am I doing? I need, you.
Prism, have you finished the book I lent you?
Girl, I'm a slow reader, alright? Besides, you promised fairy sex, and so far...
It has to build.
As all things, yes. Destroy their lieutenant, free their minds. How about we just free their minds and not fucking murder somebody, please? Can we do that? Oh, thank God. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh.
Stacking mad dubs today, baby.
I just do not like. I don't like her. I don't like
There's a
Prisonetta.
bunch of men in the basement of the Giga Burger for some kind of fight club. I
Oh
don't
my
know how they
gosh.
got here, but they need to go.
There's been fighting tourneys ever since the first chimp made a fist. You're crazy if you think you can shut this down.
No, I'm gonna need people. You know what? Fun Bay.
Mark my words, we ain't stopping nothing. So you might as well send me in.
Bro, what?
My client
Okay.
requires protection at lunch with the governor of California.
But
Protect.
he's still alive. Are you going soft on us, Coop?
Please. They couldn't pay. So, I canceled the job. No cash, no kill. So far, SDN's always paid on time and in full, so as long as the check's clear, I will kill or protect as they see fit.
I thought they didn't let us kill people around here.
As they
See fit.
fit.
She's funny. I like Coop. Sonar. Damn. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should add Sonar here too. Let's add both of them. All right. Did the job get fucking done, gentlemen? 100%. Thank God. Thank fuck. Thank fuck. Oh my God. Finally, something that's returning. After success, phone video with one combat and one mobility. This effects will all boosts result will reset after a failure. What type of high risk, high reward dude is this? Okay. All right, Golem. Let's see here. We will get. Yeah, we need you to get up a little bit, you slow fuck. Damn. Okay. I still can't believe I failed a 73% one. That killed me. I was like, come on. Oh, 100% again. Thank fuck. Okay. Oh my God. Oh. Now he's back to normal. Perfect. Okay.
Word on the street is the tourney just relocated. Coop would know where.
I'm on it.
Are you serious, Coop? Coop, come on. Are you serious? Coop, come on. Are you... And this is why she's gonna fail.
I've learned from my sources that the next tournament will be held at the refinery in 1 hour.
Oh my God.
That's some bullshit.
Alright, who goes?
Come on, Robert, send me in to compete. I'll win so hard. We'll bankrupt every bookie in Torrance.
Send me in to compete. Okay, or what's the other one? You know what? I'll let you fight.
All right, I'm ready.
Punch up. You will be magnificent.
I'll let him. All right, let's learn how to fight. Oh wait, hold on. Your fight capable heroes need a license. To be honest, I think Coop might need one.
Coop, you think the SDN can be bribed? Maybe this whole leaderboard thing goes away.
Bribes? Doubtful. But how do you think they feel about menacing threats?
No.
Oh my God.
Desperate fucks.
Hey, Bobby. Okay, no. Tough it out. Yeah, tough it out, man. Tough it out. You asked for this. Oh my God.
I think I broke me nose again. That makes it an even dozen. Win or lose, that was fucking great.
Okay. Crazy. The one time I let you go do something is the one time I need
My
help.
client requires protection at the Torrance Pier.
Okay. Why is
Do you ever feel like you had so much potential and you're being wasted as a cog in a corporate machine? I don't.
Who flies to all locations, greatly reducing time? Oh my God. Thank you, please, because that's what we need so badly. Fuck is
And
this?
if SDN disagrees with me, they're more than welcome to come on. Lindsay, send our address.
Oh, this guy again? Fuck. Prism, you're so. You better be fucking smart.
Wanna dance? Radios are for music. Fuck that guy.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Prism. Thank you for your wonderful input. God fucking damn it, guys. How about we just? Oh, perfect. Disarm the assassin.
Gotta disarm him, huh? Just like Granny.
Please, Invisigal. Please don't get us fucking killed. Thank God.
Fuckers didn't even see me coming.
Thank you,
Half
Invisigo.
man, half bat, all freak.
Yo, Flambe. About your position at the top of the leaderboard.
Don't be jealous.
I took a little peek at your file. Apparently you've contained more fires than anyone else on the team.
I'm like a psychic, man. I can sense where they're going to be before they happen.
Listen,
Okay, it's almost
there's a
silent.
lot of potential here for a good housing insurance scheme. Just need a middleman. I could be your guy.
Ah, interesting. You know, if I'm ever in the market for a rat with wings, I know where to find you.
Damn, Coop goes fast. What the hell? I should never have seen all three. Ooh. Punch up credit is exclusive for him to join in. When punching up is injured, that receives +2 cost, +2 vigor, and reduces rest. I need that, yep. I need that bad. That one's actually, that's good. That's really good. Okay, let's see. Ladies, any progress? Thank fuck. Oh my god.
Too bad there's no Grammy for this.
Okay, perfect. Alright. I'm going to very much so get your fucking Voger up, because Jesus Christ.
Help! I am at the Torrance Bank and there's these guys with masks and guns.
No way I'm doing that.
What?
I could fit you in. Bobby, buddy, you made an excellent choice.
No, I fucking didn't.
Choice, I'd say.
It's over. We're cooked. That's exactly what that is. We're cooked. There's no way at 3 fucking % I'm dying. Like, we're losing like this. Thank you. Holy hell.
I'm not fucking around, alright?
Alright, Flambe. Alright. Calm your panties down, man. Alright, and then you, Flambe. I just don't like bro. Like, I feel like bro just, I don't know. He gives off just weird vibes.
On fuego.
Okay. Fuck off. Yes, trap the robbers inside the vault. Please, just go ahead and just do that. Come on, please. Help me, sweet. The fuck is this? Oh. I don't know why that took me so long. Oh, yeah, I totally knew that. Yeah, I'm not slow. Took me a second. I get it now. Bingo! Woof! Completed that with a third of time left. Yeah, I'm pretty good. Might be a little smart. All right, bank secured. Thank fuck.
Pretty breathtaking work back there.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all.
This shit is weird. It's like we're working, what's the word? As a team.
Uh-huh. Baby, that's got...
Invisigo, where are you going?
Oh. Man, Invisigo.
Playground. The fuck's wrong with you?
There you go. One more strike against me. You gotta get rid of somebody, right? I'm making it easy for you.
No, you're quitting. You're not making it easy for me. You're making it easy for you.
You don't get it. Some people are born to be heroes. I'm not one of them.
That's not true. I can make you a hero.
Just wasn't meant to be.
That's not true.
What are you talking
Yeah, I was
about?
like, what are you talking about?
Phenomena Man, they have hero powers. Strong, out there for all to see.
Flying through the sky. Nothing to hide.
What's your point?
I have fucking villain powers. I can turn invisible and skulk in the shadows. My powers let me steal shit and watch famous people fuck. Being a villain is my fate.
That's not
It's
true.
in the fucking stars. In the same way that Blonde Blazer was always meant to be a
Fuck
hero.
the stars!
You're looking for answers in the stars. Well, listen, they're just rocks or gas or alien cum. Okay, I don't know.
If you don't know, why are you still talking?
They're not even real. Okay, any message you're seeing is light that took thousands of years to hit your eyeballs. So
If you're getting any messages, it's useless, because it was for some fucker that died a long time ago.
You've already been a hero, okay? You have no idea what I'm dealing with.
Oh, get out of here. At least you were born with powers. I don't have shit. So according to your dumbass theory, I should be an accountant.
You aren't far off.
Fate, destiny, not having powers, seasonal depression, none of these things got me
From being a hero before. And they won't keep me from being a hero again. Oh my god. You want to talk about fate?
That lightning-struck fuck that's been on a spree is 2 blocks from your location. Maybe the third time's the charm.
I told you. I'm out.
You really want to let this idiot get one over on you a third time?
What makes you think it'd be any different?
The day's not done. Get this guy and it could make a difference.
He stole a roll of pennies out of the cash register at Granny's. I don't think he's moving the needle.
Oh, he's about to steal $250,000 of jewelry.
Oh, shit.
Respect.
So go move the needle.
Or are you just gonna sit there and subject kids to secondhand smoke?
Oh, Invisigal.
Do it. Don't fucking give that kid a cigarette.
He's the one I bummed it from. What's the address?
Shut the fuck up!
Oh my gosh.
You ain't worried about a hero crashing the party?
Load that up. Where's your boy? Shit.
Come on. Invisigal, I know you need this.
That you, donut girl. You sure you want to do this again?
Come on, we gotta get.
Invisigal, are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just help me find this fucker.
Got him. He's at your 5 o'clock.
It's not fair that you can see me, but I can't see you.
I think it's quite fair.
I'm flying blind here. I can't see anything. Great. Give me a second to tap into this.
Oh, fuck off. Come on. Oh.
All right. A little more tricky.
Sure, take your time.
Shh.
Oh my god. That means I'm getting reset. Okay.
Fuck.
What? What is it?
Antivirus. There you are.
Perfect. Not happening. All right, camera override. Let's go. I'm glad that I know
Got
that.
it. I can see again.
That makes one of us. So where the hell is he?
I can't see him from this camera. Let me try get another one online.
Okay. Try again, Robert.
Shit.
Perfect.
All right.
Thank you. Perfect. And that's how it's done. All right.
He's at your 7.
That wasn't so hard, was it?
He's heading your way.
The electrical system? Master lights.
Invisigal, I got a plan.
Ooh, and the plot thickens. Which way are you going? Okay, perfect. This is gonna be perfect time.
Fuck you.
Yes! Woo! I was about to say the same thing, man. Oh my god, I had to lock in there, chat.
Got it. On the count of 3, I'm going to turn on the main overhead lights, which should temporarily blind him.
Giving you a chance to take him out.
1,
3.
Yeah, I'm trying to help you, Invisigal. Yes. Ooh, with the damn thing. Oh my God, the property damage. There we go.
You're no hero. Fuck, no, let me try that again. Now you see me? Wait, lights out, Thundercook.
Yeah. Lights out,
That's the
Thundercook.
one. Would have been better if you said it first.
Right, because lightning, thunder, struck, cookbook, so close.
We love Invisigal, man. Who doesn't get enough of Invisigal?
Hey, Bengal boy! More like Bengal bitch!
Or bitch boy!
Hey, Bengal bitch boy, fuck you!
Where to go?
Why are those assholes not being assholes?
Isn't this what you were going for?
Yeah, but I didn't think it would work. I don't get it.
So, this one keeps the comm line one-on-one. This one connects to the whole team. And this one goes out to the entire branch.
Fuck.
Good job. Yeah, you got off light. One dispatcher broadcast the details of his botched circumcision.
Ooh.
HR nightmare. Did you mean all that? You really think she has a shot? All that stuff about fate sounded good, but I don't know if you were just saying what you thought she needed to hear.
No, I think so. I
want
personally
it to
think so.
work. Someone like Invisigal turning it around is what this program should be about.
Exactly. Invisigal can
I'm
do it.
rooting for her.
So am I. I'm glad we're on the same page.
I really am. Get away from me, Blonde Blazer. It's Invisigal season. Let me stop. I'm sorry, Chad.
Yeah, that was great.
This mission was textbook.
Genuinely, dude, I'm really happy for you.
Oh.
So, it's between Sonar and Coop.
What? That's not
What?
right. Invisigal's still at the bottom of the board.
Oh, the one in the bullpen? That thing updates every hour. Invisigal moved up. Catching lightning struck really gave her a huge boost.
What?
Oh boy, really?
The donut shop escape, slipping past Malevola, now the jewelry store, really bumped up the wanted levels.
It's like missing the free throw on purpose to get the putback.
Yeah, exactly. I don't watch football, but I get it.
That was.
Look,
Think
I
that
know
was
I'm not supposed
basketball?
to play favorites here, but even if she was on the bottom, I'm not sure I'd have let you cut her.
Then it's a good thing she's not.
Yeah. So, these two are...
Damn, what? Sonar or
Who do we
Coop?
cut? Sonar or Coop? It's your call.
Damn, I gotta cut Sonar or Coop? Moist Critical or my French counterpart? No, not Moisty, but his stats are so ass. I can't. But Coop, it can fucking fly. Chat, I'm gonna be honest.
Support it all the way.
I know who I have to get rid of, man. I'm sorry, chat. I gotta get rid of Sonar.
Sonar it is. He had to use his distress beacon before he even left the building today, so I'm not sure it's gonna work.
What happened?
He thought he was gonna see boobs and got tricked.
You somehow gave me too much detail and not enough detail in one sentence.
I think he was great, but
I'll get started on the paperwork.
damn, man, I hate that I had to
I'll
cut
let him
one of
know.
them. I liked Coop though. Coop just has
Hey,
more
Robert.
versatility.
Great work today.
Damn, man. I hope no one's mad at me. That would suck.
So
Ah.
I'm sure you know why you're here.
Nah, not at all, man. No clue. What's up?
Maybe I shouldn't have got rid of him because you know what he has, chat? Oh, I'm such an idiot. Bro's intelligent. Coop's just an assassin. Oh,
Come on, Robbie.
we're finished.
You,
We're
no,
finished.
I'm cutting you.
We're finished.
No. What? Invisigal's. So she should be getting cut. She's on the bottom.
Not anymore, actually. Her last dispatch put her above you.
They're gonna call security.
This isn't over.
It actually is. Sorry,
Dude, I
Watch your back, Robert.
Why is this? What? Did you?
No. You must have just locked it.
Sorry, force of... Fuck you!
Feel like that's gonna bite me in my ass. Why is Coop giving me that look, man? I'm sorry. The hell? It's not like it's my fault. It's not like I chose it. It was either I deal with a Harvard study man or I deal with somebody else. I'm sorry. Oh, that fucking soda. I feel bad. I feel bad.
You could call it that.
Did he try to choke you with that or something?
No, he just left it.
You're lucky he just stopped at the tie. Hey, check it out. I've been doing some accessorizing myself.
All right, ready to see condoms and porn mags. Oh,
You're spoiling him.
Nonsense. Talking about.
You ready to go home, bud?
Beef. Oh man. Invisigal,
Well, no one fucking asked you, old man.
Lucky fucking for you.
Thanks.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Invisigal. Chat, I promise I have nothing. I have no bias towards Invisigal. I just think she's kind of fun. She's cool. You know, she's cool. She's just cool. Oh, I can't wait to see this. 37% of people cut Sonar from the team. Only 37. Damn. 76 players threw a chair at goal. No, he needed to get that chair. No, I'm sorry. 99% of players helped Invisigal against Lightning Strike. Oh, you can. And 64% of you said all of you were Phoenixes. I mean, I think that's true. Out of 4 times out of 3, you helped them escape with no injuries 3 times. You and 47%. Okay, you and okay. All right, perfect. Your most sent hero was out of Sonar. How the fuck am I gonna use Sonar and then kick him from the team? Dude, oh my god, Sonar, please, I'm sorry. Sonar, please, I'm so sorry, man. I feel so bad for Sonar. I just fucked up. QP should have got fucking cut. What's wrong with me, man? Oh, critical role. Oh my god, what's going on? Huh? What? Oh, chat, that carry. Oh, Jesus. She says my name, it's over. What? Oh. What? Is that me? It was a dream. Chat. Oh. No, chat. We're off to a great start this episode. Oh shit. We're off to a great fucking start this episode. Thank God for Dispatch. Oh my god, that had me absolutely. I was like, yes. Invisigal. Shoot, let me romance. Man, I don't care about this blue-haired, blonde-eyed woman. I don't care about this blue-eyed, blonde-haired woman, man. I don't care. Oh, who sent this? What the fuck? Who sent that? What the hell? Hey Gianni, man, I'm sorry, but you came at an interesting place.
She was tight with Sonar. Never understood why. But then again, I don't know a whole lot about demonic shit. That's a thing, right? Like witchy stuff. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, best to keep an eye on.
Sorry, Sonar.
The problem with only cutting one of them is now you gotta deal with their pissy friends poisoning the rest of the team.
Oh, it's harmless.
Come on, Chase. It's harmless. Who doesn't love an office prank?
Me, motherfucker. Don't even think about it. I would have cut them all. Starting with that asshole. Why's she staring at you?
Invisigal.
Don't you got some dementia to onset?
Damn. Invisigal.
Blazer's looking at backfilling the open spot with Phenomenon or Waterboy. You should think about who you'd want.
One of them is the poster boy of SDN, and the other guy pukes water. What am I missing?
Oh. Is he depressed?
Shit, he looks rough.
Sorry. Sorry.
Looks like there's no wrong answer.
Well, sometimes it's more about the person than the powers. And good thing, because it's the only reason anyone gave your sorry ass a job.
All right, it wasn't that funny.
Holy, holy, holy. What is that? What the fuck? He found it?
Protopulse test 7, pilot ready. We good out there?
Oh, it's a protopulse. Oh.
You can
My
talk,
brother.
I hear you.
Oh, we good. All you, Mecha Man.
Okay. Dude, that episode. Hey, man. Hey, man. Hey. Invisigal. Okay. Oh, shoot.
Simple locomotion. Complex locomotion.
Levels are stable. We onto something, bro. This is it.
Can we?
This is gonna be it.
Can we do like some shadow boxing?
In the super duper heavyweight division, the Mecha Man.
And the crowd goes wild.
Oh. Okay. Shoot.
Protopulse test 7. Failure.
It's a 7th
No
one.
worries. We'll get there.
Royd, what is all this stuff?
Whole network expect me to process all the confiscated stuff. Cause we the bottom branch for SDN, we catch all kind of shit work, bro.
What the fuck, Invisigal? You're staring at his ass? Hey, look all you want.
We take one bad guy stuff and use them for catch the other bad guy. Only good thing, a lot of upgrade possibilities.
Okay.
You ever jerk off in this thing?
You low, Vizzy.
I mean, obviously you have, right? I should really be asking how often.
Hey, come on. I gotta work on this.
Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. What's it to you?
Just want to know why the buttons are sticky.
Ah, what the fuck?
Joking, Royd, in her very specific, off-putting way that she jokes.
I like Invisigal. I like Invisigal.
You two got one weird energy going on.
You're right, Roy. There's some weird energy going on here.
HR violation some other place. I got work, yeah?
Robert was just leaving.
I can do this all day.
That's gonna be tough, because Blazer sent me to get you like half an hour ago, so...
God, dude. What the fuck is wrong with me, man? Invisigal, she's something else, man. She is truly something else. Invisigal, Jesus Christ.
Shit, Blazer. Sorry. You know what? I can come back.
Oh no, don't worry. I got this thing tonight, and they were supposed to send the dress yesterday.
Oh.
This isn't why you're here, but can you zip me up?
You want me the what?
It's not mine, by the way. They make me wear it, then it's back in a bag by midnight.
What is happening today?
What's that?
What's happening today? The thing you're going to.
SDN sponsoring a dinner gala thing.
Oh.
Radiant Valor, a night of triumph.
Why does that sound like a propaganda rally?
It kind of does.
Thank you. Yeah, it does kind of sound like some sort of fascist-themed prom.
Wow.
What do you think?
It's just...
They were making alterations all morning.
No cause for alarm, but a little bit of your areola is out.
Yeah.
It's like a slight hue shift.
Oh. I don't think I've heard someone say areola.
She wasn't freaking out?
It doesn't come up a ton, no.
She likes him or
All
something?
right, for real now. How do I look? The breakup story is out, so I might be getting more attention than I'm comfortable with.
Why I say kind of pretty?
You look kind of medium pretty, I guess.
Kinda medium pretty, you son of a bitch. That's the meanest thing anyone's ever said to me.
So I just have a thing against obviously gorgeous women fishing for
Never
I
mind.
wasn't fishing for compliments. I was asking about the dress.
Oh, the dress is fire. Yeah, the dress is killing it.
I was supposed to be going with him, but I don't think he's going to be making it. The downtown
Dude,
branch
what the
dropped in.
fuck?
Indefinite suspension.
Is that your car?
I don't have a car.
That's gonna be a weird insurance claim.
I'd like for you to talk to him.
What?
Me?
Why me?
You're the pep talk guy.
What?
You've
That
been through a
doesn't mean
transition
shit.
recently yourself. I think he could use some perspective.
Like perspective to join the Z team? Chase mentioned it.
Yeah, the only candidates that make sense are him or Waterboy. And at the moment, it's close. Mostly,
What the
I'd
fuck?
like you to get him out of the parking lot. Oh, and tell him to stop with the edible arrangements. He keeps sending them, but with all melon.
That's disgusting. I'll see what I can
What
do.
the fuck? And I don't... That's not my problem. Invisigal's my problem. Let me talk to Invisigal. Let me keep talking to Invisigirl, okay? That's my problem.
How you doing, bud?
I feel so...
have been better, Robert Robertson. The blonde blazer and I have ended our relationship.
Yeah, I heard about that. I'm sorry for your...
That's so sad.
Your loss.
It's very abrupt. One moment we were savoring uni straight from the urchin. Next moment, I'm contemplating flying into the sun, absorbing all its energy and casting this planet into infinite darkness so that I never have to see her or anyone else ever again. Maybe then I would be free of the torment in my soul.
Wow.
Maybe then I could quiet my mind to these.
Had those days, man. That's okay.
thoughts.
I've been there. Last time I went through a breakup, I drank mezcal till I blacked out. When I came to, I was in a dark void surrounded by the smell of rot, and I was convinced I'd died and turned into a zombie. Turns out I passed out at a urinal and somebody threw me in a dumpster.
Thank you for sharing that. You are sad enough to understand.
What the hell?
Do you think there is someone else? Perhaps another lover could be the cause of all this. Maybe she met a person. An actual person.
Kinda kissed her,
I am not
man.
a person. I just resemble one anatomically.
I gotta see how this goes.
Look, Phenomenon, I'm only telling you this because I don't want you hearing it from someone else. I kiss Blazer. Before you incinerate me, it's worth noting I had no idea she was in a relationship.
This happened while we were together? It just gets worse.
Oh.
No, hold on. She didn't kiss me. She didn't do anything wrong. I kissed her.
So you are to blame for my sadness.
Maybe, but I doubt it. I guess this is something she was thinking about for a while.
Oof. That's
I'm
rough.
not that good of a kisser.
Dude, we're so fucking dead. Oh, he's gonna kill us. Negro, what?
I now believe that you had nothing to do with our breakup. It seems the velocity with which I sat up has shot shards of glass into your chest.
Well, shit.
He can't even fly. That's so sad. Damn, I thought that was I was
Where's
hoping.
the shootout?
Parking lot.
Hi,
Didn't think
Invisigal.
taking a desk job would have me bleeding this often.
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
This one was pretty vivid.
How was I?
What did I do?
I didn't finish.
Not what I asked. We're talking about me. So this is why you've been acting so weird all day.
I'm doing that thing where I imagine being with someone, you know?
Okay.
See how it feels, how it looks. You know, like trying on a dress.
Chat,
You
if they
were
give you
there.
the options.
Could have been. I could be anywhere.
And you chose to be here.
Oh, sorry. I tried not to. I tried not to do that.
Don't worry about it, water boy. Bathrooms are for shitting after your first coffee and picking shrapnel out of your chest. Not for whatever this is.
Ugh, you ruined this for me!
I know. My apologies.
I love this game, man. I love this game, man. Oh my god. Beef. You do not need fucking coffee, Beef, you fat fuck. You don't need my sandwich. Don't give that fat fuck any more food.
You're a menace.
That motherfucker is already fat. Come on, man. He doesn't need any more food. Alright, chat. Let me stop. SDN. Loading terrain. Damn, I feel bad for getting rid of sonar.
Sonar's gone. This is a load of shite.
He may have been a pervert, but he was our pervert.
Well, I'm glad you're still with us.
I am glad as well. Strange.
Damn. Alright.
Let's get this stuff out of the dorm, yeah? You guys do that kind of stuff, right?
Carry the belongings down 2 fleet of stairs. Well, we know he's got the strength. The furniture? Well, if it's furniture, wouldn't I... Yeah.
You mind if I smoke?
I've been hearing a lot about some guy named Chad. I think he's trying to summon a demon.
Wait, wasn't there a cult of Chad?
Chad? Yeah.
Chad?
Malevola, do you know where this church is located? You can take a look and...
Oh, not interested.
What?
Maybe we send someone in, have them pretend to be interested in joining the cult.
I'll take this one.
Okay, you know what? Yeah. Why not?
Sure. I can take a stab at it.
Why not?
was trying to be
Alright.
funny.
This guy in front of me just drove off on the side of... What? Not rush them to the hospital. The one person who could rush... Gotta be fucking kidding me. I hate this cunt so much. Oh my god.
Why?
I need you, damn it.
It's over for you bitches.
Damn fucking right.
I'm not sending her. I'm sorry, Chad. I'm sorry.
Me? Fucking rocks.
Yo, Golem. You fuck with potpourri?
I fuck with potpourri so hard.
Potpourri?
Dang, okay, I see you. We gotta dry some flowers now, bro.
Shit, I'm free this weekend.
We needed another backup dancer.
When assigned to a call person duplicates the hero to her left, placing their illusion in an empty slot with using half the stats. Sure.
Luke, can I borrow your mask? I got a date tonight at this masquerade thingy.
You may not.
See,
Alright.
this is why people think you're a bitch.
I hate Prismatic so fucking much. Shut up. I hate her so much. I hate her so much. Oh my.
Say less, baby. I got you.
I hate her so fucking much. I don't like Prism at all, dude. She said, oh.
You saw nothing.
Well, okay then.
Hey, this is Jason from Nostalgia Alley. Someone just dropped off a box of games with a note saying there's a bomb inside one of them. Can you send someone?
A bomb. Everyone's so fucking busy, yeah? What am I supposed to do? Kimi Nam, are you serious? Just go through. Thank fuck.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all, at all.
Thank fuck. Thank fuck. Oh my lord, man. Holy hell. Okay. So we've got a problem here. Oh my god, are you serious? Okay. Fly them.
Fly him to the hospital.
Way ahead of you, Bobert. Driver's shaken, but safe. Bitch.
Thank you.
Ready, set, fire.
Oh my god. Ugh, sonar. I should not get rid of fucking sonar. I'm regretting my decision right now.
Where the hell'd you go? Job's not finished. Dude, we need you to bring everything up to our new place.
Carried up the stairs. Oh wow.
Fair play.
I can't. I'm gonna have to send. Yeah, I have to send her there. No, I have to send Punch up there.
Going as fast as these legs will let me.
Yeah, and then she'll have to go by herself.
Close your eyes. You're not gonna like what you see anyway.
Okay. Yeah. There's like, what am I supposed to do?
We need you to send somebody else. This is too much.
We're out of somebody's. You're gonna have to make do.
You sound like my first manager. I fired his ass.
This is
What?
fucking bullshit. We can't be everywhere at once.
Oh my god.
It's clear that cutting sonar has left us vulnerable.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but Coop has a point.
Noted. Can you just hang in there a little longer? I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, well, Kama's a fucking bitch, huh, Robert?
What is it, bro? Come on, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry that he's gone, but that's not my fucking problem. The wolf inside us, man bomber. That sounds like that sounds pretty much like it is. Okay. Jasper. Flambe required. Can we deactivate the bomb, please? Please just let us deactivate the bomb. Oh my god.
Punch-Up can't know about this. He'll tease me for weeks.
Bro, oh my god. You gotta be kidding me, man. Invisigal. Chat, it's clear that I have maybe some biases towards Invisigal. I may or may not have a. I think she's cool. Yeah, I think she's pretty cool. I think.
Hey, it's Rory Casey. One of my teachers called out. There has to be someone at SDN who can teach a jujitsu class.
Jiu-Jitsu cat? I just can't do shit. Can we get something going? Please. Oh my god. Let's fucking go.
Wow. That's a pleasant surprise.
The
wellness
CEO
check?
of Brand Tech, Millman Brandt, hasn't been seen for days, and the board is asking SDN to do a wellness check.
Only Sona was here, considering he actually fucking knows who all these assholes are.
Well, he's not, so we're going to have to go check on the assholes ourselves.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. Like,
You handle this one then. Takes an asshole to know an asshole.
oh my
I'm
fucking.
trying to smile more, but I don't have enough teeth.
We got another tear down, destroy the house, toss all the really to clear the area. Are you fucking kidding me? You're going by your fucking self. Okay, you're gonna go
Sure,
by.
fine.
You are a fucking. You know exactly. You know what you are. You know what you. Okay. I'm down one because fucking Coop, and now I gotta figure this shit out. Man.
You're clocking out early?
Mate, cut me if you want, but I'm out.
Fucking wonderful. Okay. All right. Oh, thank fuck.
And they made it look so fucking effortless, too.
Thank you, Flame. I can't believe I'm saying thank you to Flame Bay of all people. At least you're better than fucking what's her name over here. Oh no, Sonar, man. Never mind. I'm glad Sonar's fucking gone. People acting like this, you've got to be kidding me. All right, demolition. Oh my god, I've got like no hope.
Whatever, I ain't even mad about it.
Oh my god, I hate this woman so much. It'd be nice if Invisigal could do it. Come on, I was right there.
I thought we had it.
Oh.
We need backup at the mall. Dozens of youths just started rushing us and looting the shops.
need me. Interesting. Cool, free shit. Let me do my shit my way. Cool?
He's a mind raider. Protect the couple. Send someone with a good with people with a defuse the bird.
Someone need a bait. I say, we let him fight it out.
Oh my god, I'm so cocked. Oh my god. Yeah, there's nobody. One of these skulls have to go. Okay, hold on.
Cleared everyone out already, but like someone called us about a bomb in one of the theaters.
Let me have to go.
ETA. I don't know, Google Maps is being weird, but I'll be there.
ETA Google Maps is being there. Assemble the furniture using the instructions provided. You're too fucking stupid. Got it. Okay.
It's time for Phil's walk. What? No, Phil's my dog. Can you just like walk him around the park?
I'm ready.
Phenomenon still on the 405, just past him. He's gone from shaking his fist at cars to sadly directing traffic.
Well, at least he's putting his newfound pain to use.
I had no idea Blazer was such a heartbreaker.
Is that surprising?
I'm just impressed. Didn't think she had it in her.
Maybe you shouldn't be so quick to judge people.
Gross. You sound just like her.
You calling me a heartbreaker?
In your dreams.
Please. This one down. Please. Oh my gosh. Fuck off. Come on. Alright, you know what I will do now? Fuck, what would make more sense? Yeah, that would make more sense. Yep, there we go. Ooh, okay. Boom, done. All right, that didn't take too long. I just needed a second.
Go on.
Just needed us a fucking second. Coop is out of commission, which is pissing me off. Really? Oh, thank God, we're almost done. Thank fuck. I just could not. If Invisigal gets out, it's over.
I don't care, okay?
Okay. Why, man? Next time we're just gonna burn the fucker up. We're gonna blow the fucker up. I don't even care. So standing alive. Okay, sure. Standing alive it is. Fucking hell. Alright. Alright. Oh. I bet the first one. The second one's not even gonna fucking work. You can't freeze it with the. Oh my god. Oh my god. What type of dumbass am I?
Come on, come on, come on. Shit.
Bro, how many hero power training up could do what? Have full stats of heroes ago when a call is about to expire, creates an illusion that calls relevant for a few more seconds. This happens once per shift. Yeah, I'm sorry, I gotta get that one. I don't like you, Prismatic, but hey, you know what? You'll be useful for something. Please. Okay. For fuck's sake. Hey, fuck's sake.
Yeah, man, I got a bad headache right now. That's why this one's a little mid.
Hey, it's Jerry from Comic Pug. We got a gift of some Mega Man replicas, but with all the bomb threats going on, we just want to be sure. What do you mean he got away? You better find him, man.
Oh my god, Phil?
On it. Oh, this one sounds fun.
Bro, we are out of everything. There's not a damn thing I can do about this. No, I need you to become fucking intelligent, please. Actually, no, please.
How did me wait?
So we're down. We have 4 heroes. That's it. Thank you.
I guess you got it done. So,
That's what fucking matters. I can't take another one, man. Like, we literally have nobody else. We have nobody else. We have no one. Dude, what's happening? Mega Man Blue? Mecha Man Astral? Mecha Man Prime, okay. Bro, just jump on it, please. It's gonna fucking say no. Wish Invisigal was still alive. I would love to use it. Oh my god. Oh my god!
That's a bruise to me pride.
And that's lunch. Thank fuck.
Ugh, great. I'ma drink my spicy water.
Bro, oh my god. Jesus Christ, man. Oh my god. Oh.
Still working on that? Aren't these the best? I love the green ones.
Take one, water boy. Fuck off.
all
Just take one.
yours. Take the whole thing if you want.
Awesome. My lucky day. I know what's for lunch or dinner. Probably. Now. Sorry for interrupting your meeting with Invisible.
Water boy, shut up.
Damn it, you threw my noodles away? My initials were literally on the box and everything. Fuck!
I don't read things. Sometimes it's different, like a logo, but it's probably still good.
I don't want the fucking trash noodles, wet fart boy.
Whoa, what are you doing?
Whatever, it was an accident. Just aim your dick up and water piss it off.
Oh my gosh.
Not... You...
I'm gonna go rinse off.
Come on, man.
How would you like to have to walk around work the rest of the day with shit all over you?
I don't know, I don't think about that, because it won't happen. Because I'm not a fucking idiot food thrower awayer.
It was an accident. You don't have to be a bully about it. You want this in your report?
What, you're gonna snitch on me? Motherfucker, they're just being a soft bitch about it. Bully.
Protein shake, no.
Am I being a bully?
Fuck!
If it's in my hair, I'm going to fucking kill you.
Well, I got bad news for you.
Hey, Robert, could you... Oh, you have stuff on your face. What happened here?
I don't want to be a snitch, but Flambe accidentally made a mess.
That's unfortunate.
Yes.
Well, you should probably go get cleaned up, then, you know, accident or not, wipe up this mess you made.
Yes.
Okay, whatever that was. Listen, Robert. Jesus. Anyway, you talked to Chase. Who's it gonna be? Phenomaman or Waterboy?
And these two are my only options.
For now, yeah. Obviously, we can revisit it, but Waterboy is already a trainee, sorta, and you already know Phenomaman got cut by DTLA. Thanks for getting him out of the parking lot, by the way. It might also help to get, you know, an actual good person on your team, which I'm positive both of them are.
What the fuck? Who do I choose? Waterboy or Phenomenon Man? I'm not gonna lie, Waterboy. No, man, I gotta get Phenomenon Man. He's got too many good parts.
Other issues?
Phenomenon, I guess. I mean, I'm worried he has too much time to think right now.
That's... yeah, I feel the same way. He could use a distraction.
Oh, fuck off. I don't want Blonde Blazer, man. Give me an Instagap.
Boyfriend hanging around?
I mean, he's already hanging around, so he may as well be doing some good. Instead
True.
of moping around the parking lot, crushing cars.
You make a good point.
I'll let him know. You'll see him in the roster for your next dispatch.
Thank fuck. I need somebody new, man. Because this is rough. Please let me go on a date with fucking Instagram, man. No, man. Chat, we need it. We need it. Yeah, that was crazy that the first episode, jeez.
Hello, Robert. A moment of your time.
How do you move so quiet?
I float.
Oh.
If it would make you more comfortable, I could remove my clothes as well.
Bro?
It would not. Look, if this is about picking you for Z-Team, wasn't even a hard decision.
Thank you.
No
need. You're a legend. You should be out doing good.
But to do good, you need
My
to be
bear
doing
house.
good. That's what a human person would say.
Yeah. I'm sure some human person would say that.
My bear house is out, man.
My hug of gratitude seems to have reopened your chest wounds.
It's fine.
Alright, so Phenomenon. Alright, perfect. SDN. I'm really liking this game, chat. I'm having fun. I just hate when we get to the point, like, when I have to start doing shit and, like, people just don't want to work. Alright?
Hey,
Phenomenon?
we appreciate you doing your best last shift under the circumstances, but we are here to help. More specifically, Phenomenon is here to help.
I am here to help.
This is a joke, right?
Really? This guy?
Didn't he also get fired?
Yeah, listen, I know things have been difficult for him lately, but Robert and I believe he will make a great addition to the team.
Difficult because you dumped him?
Fizzy.
Don't mind me.
The mean child is correct.
The mean child
It has
is
indeed been difficult
correct.
since the ending of my relationship with Blonde Blazer. But any opportunity to see her again will make every day easier.
Oh.
I think you've got it backwards, bro.
Yeah, it don't work that way, boy. Trust me.
Okay.
We have reason to believe that Mr. Vanderstank's life will be in danger at a meeting today.
Okay, stop the assassin. Okay.
Swift as the night.
Perfect.
Sharp as my knife. Guess I'm not busy.
And then I guess. You know, we'll cut back. We don't.
You know what? I did not need Phenomenon's assistance.
Apologies. I thought I saw Blonde Blazer in distress.
Phenomenon. I'm at the office.
Oh. I see.
Hey, so we're a little down on new subscribers this month. Think you can spare a hero to do some recruiting?
How the fuck are we supposed to do this?
You could try charming them with your winning personality.
Yeah, I
Get it
can't.
over.
Need Prism, please, Prism, please, for the love of God, please, for the love of God, Prism, please do something good. Okay, Golem expands to fill each slot, increasing his stats are 25% up to beneficial. What? Oh, yeah, fuck off. I need this bad. Yeah, spread thin, please.
I get a great opportunity to show the sweeter side of your ex-criminal crew at SDN.
Physically
Yeah,
is
I
bad.
can't believe Sweet Talker went with Emily last season. Him and Carla seem perfect for each other.
Still a charming, good-looking superhero. I mean, hey, to join a super physicality is varied to additions.
You were silly. What would your job be?
I feel like working at a gas station would be pretty chill.
What the fuck?
I fuck
Okay.
with a pet store.
Yeah, right. You hate pets.
I hate pets with bad attitudes.
What pets have good attitudes?
Snakes. They're just chilling.
Bro, really?
That is true. Every snake is chill.
Speaking of pets, I have recently learned of the American opossum. I find it fascinating how it carries its children on its back.
Phenomenon needs only 2 seconds of rest. However, if all of,
What are you even
of
talking
any of
about?
Call also need to.
Those freaks nasty.
What?
Possums aren't pets, man.
I see.
Come on, bro. What? You need that much? He's that depressed? Fucking hell.
Well done.
Thank you, Presmeta. Oh my god.
Hero to put on a show? We need Terrence the Turtle to beat someone up. For team morale.
Make it look convincing, but pull your punches? Ooh. I'm gonna be honest, I'm at Fun Bay.
Yeah, that's gonna leave a mark. Good.
What? Heals one hero who's sent on combat, then she receives. Oh my god, what? She can heal heroes? Oh my god, thank you.
Track down the assassin's temporary base of operations.
Okay. Bazzano, let's get this shit done. What the fuck? Nope. Nope. I just need to keep you somewhere. One, down, down, up. Okay, down, down, up. So down, down, up. Down, down, up. Down, down, up. Right, right. Okay. Okay. What? Down. Down, down, up. Right, down, down, up. Okay. I know it's down, down, up. But what's the other one then? Oh, I didn't even realize. What's this? Right, right down. Right, right down. Got it. Right, right down. Right, right down. Right, right down. Down, down, up. Right, right down. Down, down, up. Right, right down. What? That's what it's down, down, up. Right, right down. Down, 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 up. Right, right, up. Down, down. Down, down, up. Right, right, up. Down. Down, down, right. Down, down, up. Oh my, fuck off. Boy. Slimy shit. Oh my god, okay. Up, left, left. Oh my god, okay, 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 okay. Thank fuck, because that was just like, what the hell for a second. Oh my god. Okay, perfect.
Robert, I am sensing dissatisfaction amongst my new companions.
Is one of his powers stating the super obvious?
Team's exacerbated size were a great indicator.
No wonder Blazer dumped you.
All right, that's enough. You said you wanted help, and I got you one of the best heroes at SDN.
The best at pissing everyone off.
Yeah, yeah. The best at crying.
The
in the
best
locker
at
room.
leaving a giant crater whenever he takes to the skies.
Get out of your systems. He's not going anywhere.
Perfect.
Ugh,
Okay.
This is getting ridiculous. It's time to put an end to this.
Okay. I like that.
Graceful, but deadly.
Take down the location of assassins.
Am I fired?
No, you're good.
What's it going to be this time?
Perfect. Can we please, Perfect. Even better.
So you finally noticed. I'm perfect. On fuego. Hello, dispatcher. Would you like to play a little game?
What the fuck?
Perhaps a
There's
brain
a kaiju on the beat?
Ugh, I hate this asshole. Careful, he's tricky.
His name's Brain Teaser. How tricky can he be?
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Fresh as a daisy.
Hey, so there's a mini, no, baby, tiny kaiju on the beach? It's actually pretty cute, but like, where's its mom?
I am.
Pick on somebody my own size.
High risk injury?
Or I could also just track you down.
Need a light?
Don't mess with perfection.
He's so real for that.
There's a retired SDN hero at Kryptonite causing problems. Can you get him out of there?
Oh shit, Astroman. I remember him when I was a kid.
Poor guy. I've been there.
Really?
Before I joined the Z-Team, I didn't have a pot to piss in.
He had to borrow one of mine.
Alright, 67%, that's not bad. Fuck off!
Can't be.
There's just no way.
I must excuse myself to cry. Again.
Oh. Perfect.
Hey, fit like a glove.
Perfect. At least Jacksepticeye's doing something, man, because this is... Please?
Fuck this shit.
Okay. Regretting getting rid of sonar day by day, chat. Attempt to withstand the beer bottles. Okay. You got anybody resting at all that I could?
Good shift, fellow heroes. Is my intercom malfunctioning? Can anyone hear me?
I feel bad for Phenomenon Man. Oh my gosh. Alright, so we lost Coop and we lost Invisigal, but at least everyone else is doing some shit, because this is just insane. We'll never again... I'm just gonna send everyone into pairs at this point, because this is fucking disgusting.
Wow. Keep it up.
Thank fuck. Oh my gosh. 9!
I knew I had a good feeling about you.
Oh, hacking health and random point. Perfect. Thank fuck. Oh my god. Invisigal, can we... I'm gonna level up Invisigal. No, she needs it bad. I can see that we got a problem. No more... Okay. Like she doesn't have enough as it is. Alright.
Not only did you cut one of their dumb shit criminal buddies, you're also forcing them to work with
one of the greatest heroes of all time.
I was gonna say sad sack son of a bitch, but yeah, let's go with yours.
Yeah, let's go with mine.
Oh my
hey
gosh.
kid, love you.
Love you too, Unk.
He said Unk. Oh my god. We love you, Unk. We love you, Chase. Holy hell. I wish my voice did not do this sometimes. What the hell is that? No, 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 no. Fuck off. Go back. What is that? Oh, it's him and Daddy. Oh, no, not Daddy. No. He's like, Daddy, I miss you, Dad. I miss you so fucking much, Dad. Oh, lad. Oh, my fucking... Oh, my God. Real. Real. Oh, my God. Look at fucking Beef, man. That fat fuck. Look at him. Gotta cook him in some... Oh, I gotta cook him real quickly.
Hey, Mom. Hey, honey.
Damn. Oh, I would have... Damn. Robert, we gotta get you somebody, Robert. We're gonna need maybe a girlfriend or something. Because this can't do. Come on, Robert, please. Please, Robert, please. Robert, please. We gotta find him somebody, chat. I can't let him look like this. I can't let him deal with this anymore, chat. Is he gonna go piss somewhere? Look at that fat fuck, man. I feel bad for Robert, man. Hey, man, that's alright. Please close the fucking door? Or is that fucking door? I don't know why they would censor fucking. Oh my god, why is he here? Bro. I'm like almost regretting taking him. What is he doing?
Earlier that day, Blazer and I had breakfast at the rim of an active volcano. Then we made love.
I don't need to hear your sex stories.
We never had intercourse. My alien genitals were not compatible with hers.
Alien genitals?
That's cool.
Why is that cool?
It's not. What were you saying?
She was the only thing I was passionate about. Her voice, her eyes, her disposition, her whole of her remarkable corporeal
Come on, man.
form.
I don't believe that. There's gotta be
That
more.
can't be true. You never had, like, a pet? A hobby? Favorite food?
Every attempt I have made to love food as one loves a woman has ended in disaster.
Maybe you're looking at it too hard.
Usually people love multiple things at the same time.
True.
All I'm saying is, what you need to do is find the next thing for you to be passionate about.
Yeah.
Because it's out there.
Just gotta look for it.
Thank you. I wish to make love to you again.
Again?
Though this time I will avoid squeezing the blood out of you.
Yeah. Gave him a second chance? Yeah, he needed it. I'd imagine if Phenomenon just killed himself, that would have been, oh.
What you watching? Technically, you're still on the clock.
Yeah, you are.
Didn't peg you as a rom-com fan.
If I'm on the clock, you shouldn't be pegging me with anything, Robert. That's extremely inappropriate. Especially since I'm usually the picker, not the peggy.
Noted. Well, tell me how it is. I wanted to see that one.
At least 20 minutes of trailers. I always forget what I'm watching by the time the movie starts.
Same. You going solo?
I'm a loner, Robbie. A rebel.
Please! Chat, please let me go with Invisigal. Please let me go with Invisigal.
Thing is, I can't get snacks.
Floating buckets of popcorn do tend to draw a lot of attention.
Ah, but I miss it. I miss popcorn.
Who's this? Notification by who? Blazer, if you don't up for dinner, fuck off. I don't want dinner with you. You know who I want dinner with, chat. You know who I want dinner with. You make that out. This is the easiest fucking decision of my career. Come here, Invisigal. That sounds creepy. I'm sorry, chat. Oh, we're going on this movie with Invisigal. Turn off the phone, Robert, because you're not having dinner with fucking Blazer Blau. We're gonna have some fucking dinner with Invisigal.
I didn't see the first one. Can you give me a recap?
It's against the law for you to be watching like this.
Actually, it's illegal for you to be filming. I don't need the whole thing, just enough to know what's going on.
Okay, it's about this struggling actress who gets this big role from a movie star.
I need Invisigal. Baby, can I get some Invisigal? I don't really fucking care about a blonde Blazer gal.
Secret, but it turns out he has a secret too, which could ruin it. You didn't hear any of that?
Yeah, no. It's probably fine, though.
So, what are we, like, friends now? Or is this some sort of team-building exercise?
To be fair, I thought we already were.
I haven't decided yet.
Would have been nice to know before I spent $86.
I'm not gonna fuck you just because you bought me a bucket of corn.
I don't want you to.
Can you just be normal for like a second?
This is...
Like... You first.
This is nice. What were you gonna say?
Do you like Sour Patch Kids?
I fucking love Sour Patch Kids.
Chat, I'm giggling. Like a schoolgirl, chat, I can't. Come on, Robbie. Come on. That's the end of the episode? No. Damn it, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh. Chat, I felt some tension there. I thought she was gonna kiss him. I would have got up and started clapping. Alright. 48% of you chose Phenomenon to add to Z-Team. Wow, that's a lot lower than I thought. You and 64 players want to go watch a movie with Invisigal. See, 64 people understand exactly what life is. This is what it's supposed to be. You and 38 for... yeah, I did in fact confess... Wow, yeah, I was not about to let her just go off that, you know, that protein trick I had to go. You and 38% returned the baby Kaiji. You and 82% failed to save all 3 businesses from Brainstorm. Okay. You and 59%... Okay, well, I'm sorry. The most sent hero was a flambe. Really? most successful hero is Punch Up, and he barely succeeded on the call 4 times. This is the only thing I see as a win, chat. Thank God. Oh my God. All right, we're on episode 5. Damn, we're almost caught up, chat. Hold on, but Ad Hoc Studios. That was fun. Okay, chat. I'm gonna be honest. That was pretty fun. Okay, you know what? I like what I'm playing. I like it. I like it. You know. I like Invisigal. I don't care about Blonde Blazer. Like, I could give a fuck about her. I'm sorry, chat. I know some of you guys are like, why did you choose my blue-haired, my blue-eyed white woman? Sorry, man. Over here at Intrap, we say glory to his Invisigal. Oh, what is this? What the fuck? What happened?
That's everybody. All clear. Command. It's not worth it.
Oh. Come on, Robert. What are we doing, Robert? Come on. Oh, shit. Bro is running a high run. Damn, I missed that. Gotta get back in there. Chat, let me tell you, I miss running so much, chat. Running actually used to be one of my favorite things before I started doing content.
Damage is done. All I want is a conversation.
Is this with Flambe?
No need to do any more.
Damage. Ooh. Come on, Robbie. I'm gonna start calling him that. Come on, Robbie. Damn. Damn, oh my God. Beat the shit out of him. Damn, oh my God. Bro, we might be cooked. Oh, fuck. Okay, 75, that's not bad. Come on, Robbie.
You need some help? You're not supposed to lift without a spot. Idiot. So weak. So weak.
Thank you, Flambe.
Now I'm getting a safety lecture from a walking fireball.
It's a reality check. Normies need babysitters, so you don't hurt yourself thinking you're a hero. Man, I am so fucking strong.
Yeah, thanks for
Thank you for being my babysitter. I will be more careful next time.
Fuck off. Wait, that was genuine? No more hero stuff without supervision. You can't get injured, because we need you behind that desk to help real heroes.
Actually, speaking of injuries, remind me, who burned off your eyebrows again? I assume it happens all the time, given your fire shit, so.
I got into a fight with an actual hero. And I assure you, he's regretting his decision to tangle with me.
I imagine he's regretting a lot of his decisions.
That's fucking right. And it's time for you to accept that you don't got it anymore. And pretending you still do is bumming people the fuck out. Now, get your flat ass off my bench.
And flat ass is crazy. What is Flambe, man? What is bro? I try to... Mini appreciation. Aww. Man, I like Phenomenon, man. Alright, there's my fat fuck. Beef. Where's Invisigal? Let me talk to Invisigal. Please let me talk to Invisigal. Please, chat. Yes. And Trev, you seem to really like Invisigal. Yes, I fucking do. Okay, chat. I might have to go for a quick snack break because I'm a little hungry. Alright. ladies, gentlemen.
You ever notice the Torrance vibe is like rancid?
Between the dead fish in the harbor and the giant refinery, I can't tell who's to blame.
Dang, that's some nasty shit.
I just didn't like it, person.
I love the smell of the refinery.
I hate the smell of gasoline.
I love the smell of gasoline.
I also do too.
All right, everybody, respectfully, shut the fuck up.
Who pissed in your cereal?
Now that's some nasty shit.
Let's do this.
Torrance Middle School needs judges for our annual talent show. Do it for the kids.
Has talent, since some of them in that magnificent personality. Okay, and who's good with kids? Perfect. I know exactly who's great with kids. So we know who's great for kids. Oh, all right.
Mr. Vanderstank has requested a rescue. Vango workers are trapped after a tunnel collapse at the new station. Get them out safely. And discreetly.
Okay,
Close your eyes. You're not gonna like what you see anyway.
Sure, I'll hang back.
This man has endangered more lives than me. I am impressed.
Okay, this should be like 100% or like at least. Yeah, I was gonna say that's yeah.
I'm stacking mad dubs today, baby.
I just don't like Prism so much at all, man. I don't like hers at all. Squeeze through the clear path. Yeah.
Think you can squeeze through there?
Robert, I don't think. I know.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The goat golem. You know, let's get that mobility. Actually, no, let's get that credit. Actually, can we get his combat up? Let's get that combat up just a little bit. His brain, his intellect is just not gonna go up, but it's cool. Okay.
We have a crisis. The parents started fighting over the results, and then the kids joined in too.
Grade A parenting.
Yeah, if we get them to not fight, convince the parents and children to stop, convince them non-violently.
I can do that.
Thank you, Invisigal. Alright.
SDN's tolerable and inclusive workplace make you a great sponsor for our Aliens Among Us exhibit.
Fuck. Got nobody.
What time is it? Training time.
Oh, actually, I do have something like that. Wait.
It's training time if anyone's up for it.
I remember my first talent show. I got second place. Got my ass beat by Lizzie Galupo.
Second place? Impossible. Show must have been rigged.
I got her back though. I shot a laser beam and burned all that hair off.
Bro.
So, I guess you're the real winner then?
Sure am. Inspired my first single too. Girl, your hair's on fire.
Sounds like a real bop.
Never say bop again.
What the fuck? Okay, man. Okay, dude. Oh my god. Okay, you know we're not doing too bad. Flamer also reduces call time compensation and fail. What? Comment? Okay. High risk, high reward. Alright. Expand 4 different hero types. Perfect. Okay.
I, Deirdre Z, yes, that Deirdre Z, need help dealing with a stalker.
Bro, I have no one with smarts. Oh, actually,
It's showtime.
Graceful, but deadly.
sure.
Just two baddies being baddies.
You are very loud.
Yes, she fucking is. God, I hate. Bro, someone get rid of Prismata, please. What do we have?
I doubt Deidre is the only victim of his. Let's delete all the files on his laptop.
Okay, if there's a time limit. I'm
Get
cooked.
the backups too.
And the backups too.
Okay. What? Bro, it's right here. Yeah, I'm putting it in right. What? What? Oh, it's backwards. Okay,
He's using protection.
Please. Please, for the love of God. Oh my God, I'm gonna fucking die. I don't know what it is. Shit. Okay, let's see. Fuck me.
Oh shit.
Why? I didn't even go there. Okay, come on. Come on, 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 come on. Please, 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 please. Alright, 1, 1, 2, 2. Fuck off, man, come on. Okay. That's way better than whatever the fuck they had else they had going on, because Jesus Christ. That person, you better start running, woman. Damn.
The set needs a background actor for an upcoming scene. The last one stormed off in a hurry.
Actually, hold on.
Feeling fresh. Oh, hell yes.
Torrance Middle School is hosting an anti-bullying seminar, and it would mean a lot if a hero could come talk to the students and their parents.
Perfect.
Chip, do you have a charger?
Not on me. Why?
My apartment was without power this morning, and my tablet is dead.
Ah, shite. And you're in the middle of that book and everything, aren't you?
Thane of the Sunlands was about to confess her feelings to the Prince of Darkness. It is imperative I know how he responds.
I feel like I'm talking to real people, man. It feels good. Thank fuck. I'd have been so
good
pissed
out
off.
there.
Alright, perfect. Next one.
No contest. Ready, set, fire.
Hey, we're getting flooded with calls about sewage in a couple neighborhoods. Which should we hit first?
The smell is unbearable. This should have been dealt with yesterday before it even got this bad. Is there someone else I can speak to? Perhaps your manager?
Do me? Fucking rocks.
Venture into the sewers through the sewage. Repair the broken pipe causing the spill. I think. Withstand the force. Repair it. I think,
Get my good side. For real?
Yeah.
You know, it feels like Phenomenon is probably the most bullyable on Z-Team now.
I am often bullied for my exquisite hair and beautiful masculine frame.
That doesn't sound like bullying.
On my home planet, my form is reviled. Every compliment is a reminder that I am disgusting.
Oh, come on. You look great.
Roberts is bullying me. Please ask him to stop.
Perfect. There we go. Oh, pretty. All right. I think we're doing good. Oh, perfect. Lunchtime. I actually want to go to
Need of a very specific type of hero for my upcoming project.
with an air of mystery and intellect. Send someone unassumingly strong. Phenomenon?
I shall regale them with tales of my home planet in my native language.
Oh my god. Reform has been bought under
Sometimes
control.
reaching a certain point will have an effect. Like this one, which will guarantee a fail.
What? So as long as I don't let...
Yeah, be glad to.
Swift as the night, sharp as my knife.
Oh, are you serious? Okay, there's no way. Oh my god. What am I supposed to do here? What the hell?
Mysterious fire has broken out at the refinery. We gotta
it under control, but we can't investigate the cause with all these dangerous fumes.
Flambe.
I would never blow up a refinery, okay? They smell like shit.
Someone's pushing on my boy's explosion territory.
Yeah, she's gonna.
Obvious the detonation was caused by an incompetent idiot.
Cooper's gonna have to go by herself. Like, I can't do anything at all. Okay, perfect.
That was surprisingly entertaining.
Okay, I think Coop can do that.
Oh man, word in the hallways is you went on a date. That true?
What?
You jealous or something? Look, if you wanted to grab dinner, all you had to do is ask.
Yeah. You're not my type.
That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Something about this feels off. I think we missed something.
Yeah, it's called we didn't have 4 fucking people, but if I did any more, then people would have died. So yeah, it's pick or choose. Well, what do we want, gentlemen? All right, well, cool. I mean, 10. You failed 3. Okay, that's the best fucking thing we've had ever. Bro, him and these goddamn Twinkies have got to stop. I don't know.
Maybe he's got an iron stomach. Do we know anybody like that? Super digestion?
The Glutonator? But I don't know. I think I weighed like 1,000 pounds.
Hey, Robert, did you recently lose like 700 pounds?
First off, you're either shit at math or you think I'm like 300 pounds. I am not. I go to the gym and I work hard. Secondly, what are you talking about?
There's a pool going around on which superhero you used to be. Person who guesses right wins $936.
That's a real specific number.
And that specific number could be ours. Just one hint. I mean, we're friends, right? Make your friends some money.
I'm double jointed.
What's your other superpower? Flipping your eyelids inside out?
I wish. Love to be able to do that.
Oh, come on, don't be like that.
Sorry, you're just gonna have to earn your $936 in some other way. What way could that be? I'll let you know if I work it out. Get it? I'm explaining the joke. What the fuck?
Decent reflexes.
Hey, Beef, no!
Which heroes do we know that talk too much and have quick reflexes?
Clean this shit up.
Hey, losing all that weight don't make you better than us. Yeah. Chill out, Dad. I never had a dad.
I can tell.
What's that supposed to mean?
You told me one time you didn't have a dad.
I can tell. I can tell, Prisma. I can honestly fucking tell. My God. The way you act? Jesus, man. Hate that. I don't hate her, but...
Heard the team scuffling with the Red Ring.
They run half the crime in the county. We were bound to bother them at some point.
Watch yourself. You poke the hive, you're gonna have to fuck the queen.
That's not how bees work.
You know what I mean.
I don't, actually.
Alright, actually, check. Give me 1 second. I want to go grab food really quickly. I shall return. I need my supplements, chat. All right, chat. We have returned. I had to go grab food. I'm gonna eat up here. I'm friggin' starving.
No one's trying to fuck Shroud. But if we kill the queen, we rot the hive.
You would do that? Kill Shroud? Because you might get the chance. And you don't want to go in there having to think about it. You gotta know.
Shroud killed him, Chase. There's only one thing I can do.
You know that's not true. I'm not sure your dad would want it that way.
You're not sure. Should we ask him?
Damn.
Point taken. Mecha Man's coming back to life one patch at a time.
One patch at a time.
I mean, Roy's doing most of the work though, right?
So much. He's probably gonna redo all this shit.
Sorry, chat, if it's loud. It's not the most healthiest thing, but I gotta eat something.
Evening, folks. Welcome back.
We got a few guesses at your identity. Leading one right now is Blue Balls Man.
Let me guess. His power is not being able to nut.
Nah, his balls are literally blue, dude. Get your head out of the gutter.
Great. It's gonna be a long shift.
Huh? What's gonna happen?
Mr. Cat is out there all alone. So scared, so hungry. Please find my baby.
Mr. Cat? That's seriously his name.
Hey, look. Not everyone's a fucking creative.
Gotcha.
Mmm.
Heading home. Close your eyes. You're not gonna like what you see anyway.
Land can fly.
Did we just lose power?
Sure did. Citywide. Hang tight, we're booting up the backup generator.
Okay. No one died, right? If I lose a
Hey,
Vincent,
Robert, just brace yourself.
Oh, shit.
Oh, y'all can't see? I'm a human nightlight. I don't got those problems.
Yeah, it's just a little dark. What's the fucking big deal? You never closed your eyes before? Yeah, same shit.
I mean, I can see in the dark, so this is pretty standard for me.
Alright, fuck you guys.
The whole city's out. Guys, this is an all-hands-on-deck situation.
Perfect.
Okay. I'm gonna get a grid back up and running. Be ready because shit's gonna be insane the minute the lights turn back on.
Some real action? Thank fuck.
Okay. What the hell? Sure. Just want to eat first. What? Oh. Well, shit. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna need that, yeah. Perfect. Check. I'm gonna be honest. What I have right now tastes so good. This might be one of the best, like, it's just because I haven't, like, I've ate, but I haven't ate, like, all of today, if that makes sense, chat. And so I'm, like, only at I'm at one meal. And so, my body, as I'm trying to get back to, like, having 2 meals a day, it's not really used to me eating as much as I have been. It's fine, I mean, it's not bothering me, but it's a lot different than what I expected.
I've lost contact with the tower, and it's pitch black out here. I cannot land this thing. Help?
What?
I know this sounds crazy, but can you guys catch this thing in the air?
Okay.
Happy to help.
Graceful, but deadly.
Humans are fascinating. They cannot fly, and yet they attempt to anyway.
Flying fucking slaps. Can you blame them for trying?
But their feeble bodies were meant for gentler activities, such as walking and lying down.
Yeah, exactly. Where's the passion? The danger?
I suppose their futile efforts to become more than they are is admirable.
Thank you. My mother lives in this senior community and she has an interest in support. Okay. Oh, we were to provide medical assistance. Is there a single soul here that can... Oh. Okay, right on.
Of course.
Could be worse, I guess.
That's the spirit.
Here I go!
Power's back on, but the refinery is still in a shit state. Can you lend a hand? Preferably a strong one.
Let me move quickly. Okay.
Guess what?
Oh.
What's up, big guy?
Hey, what's up, little lady?
I've been wanting to fight.
Alright, I'm on it.
Hey, it's like dark and shit out here.
Okay.
Hello. My baby brother ate my mommy and daddy.
Close your
Okay.
eyes. You're not gonna like what you see anyway.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
Perfect.
What does fire taste like?
Pop rocks. But more spicy, kind of like a spicy pop rock.
What the fuck are pop rocks?
Wow. So your life is miserable.
I was gonna say, if there's a 2% chance, I was about to say, get the fuck out of here. Synergy plus, okay.
God damn it. The Red Ring's stealing shipments right off the train. We're not equipped to stop them.
Red Ring? Fuck him up for me, yeah?
Together, the two of us would be unstoppable.
Bet you say that to everybody.
All right, time to hack more areas. Yippee. Okay. Or maybe. Alright, because what is this? Oh, item slow.
Just a little longer.
Up, left, right, up, left, right, up, left, right. Up, left, right, up, left, right, up, left, right, up, left, right. 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 Perfect. Okay. There we go, chat. Alright. Alright, let's see two things.
Rough night.
Okay. I was like, there's no way. I would have been upset. I actually would have been upset.
Oh, shit. Did I do that right?
Yep, you did. It's a girl. Let me calm down, chat. No, can we get his charm up a little bit? I mean, his intellect. That's what I meant. Fuck. Be a little bit smart for me. Damn. No, if I ever can go down, I just need your mobility up a little more. Okay. And we got charisma. Minor strength increases the chance that they were when they're sent together. Okay. Okay.
Watch me burn.
Deliberately real. Okay, stop the.
line to text a guy in a blackout.
I'm looting the Ralphs. You want anything?
Oh, you always did look hotter in the dock.
Just say boo.
Golem, you're a genius.
Almost feels unfair. Almost.
I'd have been pissed off if that didn't go the way that it needed to. That's fine. Perfect. All right, next one.
Hold on, Blazer.
Bro, need someone to get around.
Got a situation at Band Labs. They told me to call SDN. I'm just an intern.
Dude, what?
My pleasure.
Okay, Coop.
Swift as the night. Sharp as my
Roswell.
knife.
Right time.
Nothing beats the original, but this will have to do.
Had it out. Teamwork slows me down, dude.
Okay.
Oh, what's it going to be this time?
Graceful, but deadly.
Bro, there's nothing I can do. See when we. Okay, you know what? Then I'm just gonna send
We're
Coop.
still cool though, right?
Oh my god.
Hi, it's me again. You're not gonna believe this, but now there's some scary dudes with scary weapons. I'm quitting after this, man. I can't do this.
I love a symmetrical stage picture.
Okay, you.
Close your eyes. You're not gonna like what you see anyway.
Alrighty, Coop. No, wait, no. I just need Coop. Fine, fuck it. We'll do it.
Darkness, my old friend.
Hello, darkness. Man. Okay. I can neutralize what? That's crazy. Okay. Alright, chat.
There.
You know, chat, I'll be honest. We're kind of killing it. My nose wants to fucking work, yeah. Oh my god. I don't know. I have no clue why it does that. I have no idea why it does that. I don't know why. Okay. Perfect. Remember. Alright, perfect. Is on the team double export when with her connections, Visitor could reveal the slots and crimes on hover for assuring cause before that. Yeah, I like this one. More XP is better. We all get a helping hand. Alright, what's this? Yeah, sonar coupe required? You're telling me I could have gotten... Well then, who the fuck... How do I get sonar then? What?
Do I even need to say it? Fuck these guys up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, come on now. Perfect. Really don't know why we thought anything else. Okay.
We've got several lootings in progress, and our guys are getting overwhelmed.
Looting? That's so basic. Bitches out here wearing ski masks and robbing banks. Where's the originality?
Ah, shut up. It's like the go-to blackout activity.
And besides burning all those shitty candles your aunties gave you.
Where do you need me?
Size don't matter.
If not for these blackouts, I'd know if the Prince of Darkness returns Fane's feelings by now. This is unacceptable. I crave revenge.
Can you take revenge later? We've got other shit to do.
Okay. But I was out with it. I haven't heard from her. Okay. High profile search and rescue. Jesus Christ. I need someone here, like, quick.
My daughter was at the beach with her friends, and I haven't heard from her. I'm really worried.
Aw.
Don't worry, team. I can see in both regular and advanced darkness.
Graceful, but deadly.
You already know I'm about to fly.
Missed it.
Those menaces
What?
rather than get their e-bikes and fireworks.
Time to go. You are about to feel so much better. And so am I.
Ugh. Damn, I think this shift gave me carpal tunnel.
Would have guessed years of cranking it would get you there first.
Probably a combo type deal.
Perfect. Thank you, Invisigal.
On fuego.
It's just so painful. In my heart area.
Okay, you know, we're gonna get some mobility out because it seems as if people need a mobility more than anything else. Or, yeah, you can start advancing people's combat skills. It's totally like not like people need some Voger at all. Charisma. Shouldn't need, and then mobility, please, for fuck's sake. People need. Try it. This should be the last one. Okay.
I'm not surprised there.
Perfect. 17 calls. 4 misses? That's insane. I was not that far off.
Good week, everybody. See you all on Monday. I mean, the Sardines of Villain Bar, not sure I'd fit in.
Just go dress like that. Everyone will just think you're a pervert.
Yeah, all right.
I can hear your heartbeat.
What am
Sound
I?
like
What
a
is
fart
in
on a
my
car seat.
ears?
And I can read your mind. You wanna fall in love and eat
Guys,
pizza
can
all
we
the
please
time.
turn this off?
Why are you out here?
Too damn big.
Well, you want a drink?
Sure.
You want two?
Sure. Hey, creep.
Creep?
I don't know you, and I don't like not knowing people.
Well, you won't like knowing him. He's the biggest perv west of the LA River. And he's with us.
Why did bro go? I just realized. Why did he go in his?
Not my business. But if you do go jerking off in the bathroom, you make it my business.
That's, I don't want to be in that business.
Chat. What are they doing in this? What are they doing here? What are they doing here? What is happening? I don't understand why the hell we're even here in this vicinity at all. So like as we are looking in here, it is a very interesting that's happening.
Buy me a drink.
Is this for all the strings you had to pull to get me in here?
You got me Sour Patch Kids on our first date. I figure whiskey makes sense for the second. Third date, you can buy me dinner. Nothing too filling.
No, I wanted.
Yeah, it was fun. I hadn't been to the movies in a while. I had a good time.
You had a good time eating popcorn too loud while I sat silently next to you.
The silence was the best part.
You might like me loud sometime.
Yeah, Invisigal.
Was
Yeah.
that about sex?
Catch on quick. I'll grab us a table.
Yeah, Invisigal chat. Yeah, it's over, chat. The first moment this game allows me for robot.
Make it 5. 5 fancy whiskeys? No, 9 shitty whiskeys.
Good lad. We should have invited him earlier.
We thought he was a fucking knock. Never said that. Said he reminded me of my ex and he's got buzzkill ass energy.
What is
Next
wrong
round,
with
Johnny.
Never mind. Kick him out.
Cheers. Excuse me.
Appreciate it.
I'm thankful that our breakup has given me time to learn about myself, but unfortunately what I've learned is that I hate me.
Damn. Oh my god.
Look, be honest. Am I going to make a fool of myself if I sing Whitney Houston?
Are you Whitney Houston?
No.
Then yeah, you will.
Fuck. He's right.
You better watch yourself.
Refill here, Coop?
You don't need to bribe me anymore. I'm in your debt now. If you ever need somebody removed,
I'll keep you in mind.
Okay.
You can't have that outside. Fine.
Where is Invisigal? You think I care about team's cool. I don't care about this Michigan girl, man. Where's Coop? No, where's Invisigal? You know who I care about. You know who I care about. You know who I care about. The only girl in the fucking table. You know who I care about.
Everyone thinks I'm a narc.
They can still smell the hero on you. You're the enemy.
I bought them drinks. What else do they want?
You can buy them drinks. You can make sure they don't get fired. You can line them up and blow them one by one, but they're still gonna think you might be the hero that fucked up their life.
People don't think about much when I blow 'em. But I hear what you're saying. I'd argue they fucked up their own lives being criminals.
See, that's narc shit. Just tell them who you are. What are the odds that you busted any of them anyway?
Ooh, and now we're back to this. Flambe. We know who this is. I'm not saying shit if I'm Mecha Man. I'm not saying anything. I'm keeping my mouth shut. I don't care. There's no way in hell you're gonna get me to talk. No, there's none. Yeah, because we know this is Flambe. Like, come on now. Yeah, we know. Who else is it gonna be? The fiery fuck, man. The biggest reveal. Oh my god, Flambe. Holy hell, like we didn't know. The fork found in kitchen. Is that all you got?
Come on, you out of gas? Disappointing.
This is a fucking flashback. Why have we got me making decisions on a flashback? This is bothering me. Oh shit. Come on, Robert. You're not gonna do anything? Robert, nothing? Thank you. Something. Damn. Ooh, shit.
I'm a bitch. My name's Robert. Such a bitch whose name is Robert. I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch. I'm such a fucking bitch.
Okay.
I have no hopes. I have no dreams. And a tiny little thing.
Why the fuck is Flambe doing this? Saying he has ED is crazy. I would have shot him. I would have fucking shot him.
There was this incident in Crypto where he was fucking with me and I kinda...
You stole his eyebrows?
They burnt off, which somehow makes less sense than what you just said. So you can see why I'm worried about getting incinerated.
We all pay for who we used to be. The sooner you get it over with, the sooner we get a fresh start.
You heard me when I said incinerate, right?
Who let a loser-ass bitch of a hero into our supervillain bar?
Why is everyone... Do I look like a bitch? Don't answer that. Fuck. Is he big? He's got big guy voice.
Some parts of him are big.
From now on, team drinks are exclusively at Chili's.
Are you lost or something, bitch? Or are you trying to get fucked up? A lot of bars around here, fool. Why'd you pick this one? Got a death wish, homie?
Hey, bud, let me buy you a drink.
No one's talking to you, fucking puta.
See, they finally gave you some arms that can reach your dick.
Whoa! Alright, now we gotta get...
This a bitch.
Now we've got. Whoa. Is this Shroud's group? Fuck off, man. Fuck off, man.
Here. Try this.
Thanks.
Wait.
I am happy to provide these inauthentic Mexican calories for the team to recharge after battle.
Mexican calories is crazy. You like your own blood with
I ordered
tacos?
3 triple crunch tacos.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay. We're fucking up the club. Yeah, guys. Hell yeah. Let me stop. Oh my god.
She temporarily blinded me.
What you mean temporarily? Bitch, you blind forever.
Oh.
No, I didn't order that. I ordered 3
3
tacos.
triple crunch tacos. Yeah, you've muttered it 50 times. Just eat that. It's the same shit anyway.
No, it's
Literally
not.
everything at this place is just a remix of the same 5 ingredients.
But I like my triple crunch, man.
That's us. You drunk or concussed?
I'd go with both. Or do some friendly fire.
Oh my god. Wow. Oh my god. Ooh, my dick, man. Ooh.
You wash your hands after touching all them filthy nutsacks?
Salty seems salty.
Ew, that's.
Ooh, there she is. Thanks, babes. Sauce it up for me and everything. I think you're looking for these.
Did we take off his finger? Look at him worry about a Visigoth. Damn, man. Oh my god. Ooh. Damn. Oh my god. That's fucking crazy. Oh my god. Linda Dick is insane. Poop getting this is insane. Okay. I was like, you wanna help her out real quick? Damn. Oh my god. Right in the nuts. Oh. Oh. Both of them? Kobe. Oh.
Both arms? Y'all are fucked up.
Weird thing is how easy it was. This churro isn't as soft as his noodle arms.
Maybe give us a heads up next time you want to start a fight. I want another drink.
You're heroes now. Heroes don't start fights. You finish them.
Well, not many finish fights against the Red Ring.
Yeah, how do you have beef with them, Mr. Dispatcher?
Yeah, we know this Robert guy is a front. Who are you? Really?
You want me to tell you? Ugh, fan base right there. Fuck off. I'm
Great
not saying
thing
it.
in life. You know, fresh start, clean slate. You all know. Every room you walk into, your reputation precedes. I walked into SDN and suddenly I was me. You know, just me. We have the chance to leave the past behind. I don't care who you were 5 years ago, 2 months ago, yesterday. I care about who you are right now. And right now, I'm Robert.
Are you all buying this bullshit? He's scared.
Sure.
It's a mind game. A freaking tactic. Who are you?
I just told you. You're the heroes now. I'm the guy behind the desk.
It's not enough, man.
What's your problem?
I don't like not knowing things that might make me mad if I knew them. It sucks.
Just let it go, bro. Be free.
So, I'm Robert. Who are you?
Chad. You heard it. I'm Chad.
Appreciate it,
Of
phone, Chris.
course. Hi, Chad.
My name's Courtney.
Courtney! Oh, Courtney! Courtney! Let me calm down, chat. Let me calm down. The moment I have the ability for Robert to fuck Invisigal, you goddamn better fucking believe it that shit's happening, chat. That's happening. Robert is putting his 2 cents in this. Either that or a dinner date. One of the two are happening. I'm not saying anything about me being Mecha Man.
Nice to meet you, Courtney.
I think it's to everyone. Damn. All right.
Kazakor was the name given to me on my planet. When I first arrived on Earth, the ladies at the Nordstrom rack I worked at called me Dumpy due to my large posterior. You may call me either.
Janelle.
Janelle.
Alice.
Aw.
Bruno.
One of these is my sister's name.
Malevola? Your last name's Gibb?
But I'm not going to say anything.
My name's Colum.
Colum?
So, what now? Orgy time?
Right. Make a fuego sauce and ass play sounds like a great combo.
Good point. Anybody had another packet of that stuff?
Man, give me 1 minute, man. 1 minute. Robert, that's all he needs. Aw. I'm actually glad he did that. That's the end of the episode? Damn, chat. Alright, you know what? I normally wouldn't do this, but we've hit the 4-hour mark. And I have to go the fuck to bed. Okay, so I'm sorry, chat. I gotta go to sleep. I have sleep. I have to sleep. You guys want better streams? Better quality of things? I gotta go to stream. But this will be up on my YouTube channel. On my...
Sounds like hip-hop, but it's not, because then the white guitar come in. The white blue guitar?
Okay. Let's see this.
DMC. You know, they came through a wall, but this is different.
You and 14% of players just told the Z. 14 people just told people they were just Robert. I would have done that already. That was it. You and 93 of players told Invisigal that they had a good time. Damn straight I did. What the fuck? 42 of players percent told Chase they would kill Shroud. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the I cried. The lady in the song of me. You must have been relieved to see the softer side. So soft.
Okay.
Back up, sing for me. I can understand how you could be so confused.
Okay.
I don't envy you.
The most successful player of Prism. I hate Prism so much, man. Get her out of my screen. All right, chat, and there we go. And chat, we are officially at the we're gonna conclude here for the night. That's what we're gonna do. But hopefully you guys all had a great enjoyed this 4-hour stream. This is a lot of fun. I will play that, and then I'll probably play the last 3 episodes all together. I think I'll do that. But I hope you guys enjoyed. I had a lot of fun. Invisigal is the best girl. I don't fucking care. Courtney's great. But with that, chat, hopefully you guys all have a great day, night, and I'll see each and every one of you guys next time for the next stream. If you want a new game, tell me. All right, chat. I'll see you guys all next.